system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.
Council President, all Council President, jury, and also President, good morning. You know, I think what I'm going to do is tape record my apologies, play it once in the morning, once in the afternoon. Continue.
Your Honor, I believe we ended on page 110, line 17, if we could pick up from there with the rest.
You first met Monica in Vegas during that 2016 visit at the Aria. Was there a conversation in front of her between you and Baker about getting rid of her husband?
No.
Was there conversation from her about how she didn't love her husband, didn't like her husband, wanted his money?
I would hear that from Baker, that conversation from Baker, not from Monica at all.
But did you hear her say anything while you were in Vegas about her husband at all?
No.
Did Al, who's the person that told you that Monica and Baker had been arrested for this murder? Who did that come from initially? I know you said you heard it from various sources, including Al.
Every time told me they've been arrested.
He reached out to you
Yes.
and told you what?
Said I was arrested.
Did he tell you Monica was arrested too?
Yeah. He said both of them were arrested. Don't say nothing to anybody. You're good. We got you. You keep doing what you were doing.
We got you? Who was he referring to when he said we?
Robbing himself.
Did you ever talk to Baker from jail?
No.
Did he ever make any three-way calls to a third party where, like, you would be on with, let's say, Al or somebody, and Baker was on the phone?
Once I was notified that Baker was arrested, I had no intentions on ever speaking to him ever again.
Understood, but was there ever a time where you were on a call and Baker was also included in that call on a three-way?
From jail.
Have you ever talked to Baker since he was arrested?
I remember talking to him before he was arrested.
After?
I might have talked to him once via three-way call.
With who else on the phone?
Mr. Birdsong.
How many times? Once? More than once?
Maybe once.
Do you remember what was discussed?
Don't say anything. You weren't there. If anybody contacts you, ask for a lawyer.
Did he ever say anything to you, he meaning Baker, about Monica? Never mentioned Monica, forget you know her name, never put her name in your mouth?
He probably would have said something like that to me, yes.
Well, I don't want to know probably, I want to know specifically, did he ever bring up Monica?
I'm thinking. He said, yeah. He said, don't mention nobody's name. Put it all on me.
Did he ever mention Monica's name?
He didn't say it, and he said, don't mention her.
Don't mention her.
Don't mention her. Don't bring anything up. If anybody knocks on your door, you close the door and you ask for an attorney.
Did he ever tell you or discuss with you that there was a protocol? The word protocol ever come up?
Yeah.
What did he say about a protocol?
They get a passport when you're ready to leave. Don't get fined.
dump your phone, get a password for what?
Passport.
A passport. And this protocol was to come into play at what point?
If I was ever picked up.
Well, if you were picked up, that would be too late, right?
I
Like, you
don't
would feel,
know.
like, if you got picked up by the police, you wouldn't have time to go get a passport. You'd be in custody, like you are now.
Yeah.
So, when was this protocol supposed to come into play? Was this something you were supposed to do after the murder?
Yes. And then, yeah, after he was arrested, first on telling me he was checking in on me from time to time. And he was telling me, keep doing what you're doing. You're good. You have nothing to do with this. Don't worry about it.
Did you ever have any three-way phone calls with Baker, Al, Monica, or anybody else through this guy showing you, this is Exhibit 5, it's Kenny Howard Lynch?
Maybe if I saw something that referenced it, I don't know.
Do you know this guy?
I do.
How did you meet this guy?
Basketball.
Where?
I met him playing basketball back in 07.
Where?
Canova.
Outside somewhere?
Like a big, somebody's house. They would like meet every week. You know, a bunch
Okay.
of people would all meet. We all play basketball outside somebody's house.
And who introduced you to him?
Baker.
Did you ever talk to him after Monica and Baker were arrested?
No. I don't think so.
Did you ever make any three-way calls, or were you ever part of any three-way calls that went through this guy's law office?
Maybe.
To who?
Like, are you asking if I made the three-way calls, or what, did I pick up the phone? Three-way calls on it.
Did you pick up?
I probably picked up, and you know, it was probably Birdsong and Baker.
Together?
Yeah,
From after Baker was arrested in jail?
I think so. Yeah,
How many times? You know the two secretaries that would put together the three-way calls besides
No.
Linda? You know, either the women that work in his office?
no.
How many times have you met this guy?
Basketball a lot, like probably over 8, 10 times. I was just meeting with basketball prior to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I know.
In 2007.
Like about 2007.
How about April? Do you know Baker's sister, April?
I didn't know Baker had a sister.
Well, do you know a woman named April that's related to Baker somehow? Have you ever received any phone calls from someone named April?
Not from my knowledge, you know.
They gave you, well, was it Baker and Birdsong kind of gave you a plan, right? Have your passport, to be ready to go. Is that right?
Yes, they told me that after everything, after everything went down, they told me that you need to go back, you need to go to work. Before all the arrest happened, you need to go back, get a passport, keep going to work, keep doing what you're doing. You're never here. Don't worry about it. If anything happens, we'll call and let you know.
Who said awful?
First time.
Okay.
But I think that came via Baker because they were very close.
Now, did Baker ever tell you what his plan was for him and Monica? Like, what were they going to do now that it was over?
After everything happened, After everything happened,
Post-murder, before arrest?
yeah. He would say like everything's good. I think they took a trip. My other uncle called me, said, I'm seeing you see Baker down here bike week. I was like, oh, okay.
Bike week?
Bike week, yes.
Where?
Myrtle Beach.
Who's your uncle?
Pete.
Who?
My uncle Pete.
Pete what?
Bullock.
Did Baker ever tell you,
I'm trying to get
Okay.
there. I don't want to lie. So I'm trying to.
No, it helps you go in order, we can always go out of order. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, we chilling at, he said they were, with some girl. I was like, oh, okay, good. But I didn't want him to even worry about that.
Him being,
My uncle Keith. And then
your uncle?
yeah, biological uncle. Apologies.
No worries.
They went to bike week. I talked to Baker in the form of like, are you okay?
Via phone,
Via phone call. Like that.
while you're there?
I would call people to check in, and that's what I did. I followed.
Regular phone or burner phone?
Baker was the driving phone. So I'm good, everything's good. I was like, when everything is settled, I'm a send for you. She gets this money, I'm a send for you. Meaning, pull me out of Alaska.
He said when was he going to do this?
When Monica got her settlement,
What settlement?
her insurance number, however that works. She said, when she gets this money, I'm a send for you, and I'll take care of you, you're going to be good. What he didn't know is I didn't plan on living after he told me that. I said, okay. Oh, yeah, cool. And then, the reason he told me to get a passport, so we would go to Europe or Mexico somewhere, we don't live out there. It's my understanding via the context of how he said it, that he wanted me to live with him, and him and Monica were going to go live in another country somewhere.
So your understanding was their plan was to leave the country?
Immediately. I think that's why he wanted me to get a passport so fast. But that's it.
Immediately after what?
She got her settlement.
Did he ever tell you, or did she ever say?
He mentioned that she's gonna be working really. And so when that comes through, be ready and have a bag packed.
Did he ever say anything like that in front of Monica to you?
I don't know. I don't know if he said anything like that to her in front of her. He told me that to be at home.
Okay. Huh? No, I was thinking about something.
And then,
Where was Monica to get the millionaire number, isn't it?
after he had told me all that, I didn't, like I said, I did what he asked. I just checked on him periodically. Are you okay?
You checked on him?
I checked on him. I said, are you okay? And I asked him, I think, am I okay? Via phone.
I want to show you this. It's a communication. Is this a instant message, Facebook instant message, exhibit 4 between you and Baker? Is this the kind of thing you're talking about? Are you saying you good?
He asked me if I was good.
Is that what you're talking about? That you guys are checking on each other? You good?
Yeah.
And on this one, is this the one where he tells you to download WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the encrypted app we talked about earlier?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that when you communicated with him via this encrypted app that no one would be able to know the contents of that communication?
That's what I was told.
By who?
Mr. Baker.
Did you have any communications like this with Monica?
No, ma'am.
At
Not to
some,
my knowledge.
at some point, were you informed that Baker pled guilty in this case?
Via television from my mother.
Did your mother tell you that he pled guilty both to murder as well as conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli and
She
was
did.
sentenced to life without parole?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was from TV and your mom?
That's from my understanding. And then it was reiterated to me by my wife when I was in Vancouver.
But your wife had never met Baker,
No.
but she knew that you were friends with him.
Yes.
Had she ever been told about Monica?
No.
Had she ever been told about Albert's song?
Yes.
When you and Baker would check on each other and say, "Hey, you good?" What did that mean to you? Like, you good mentally, you good physically? Anybody been like coming around asking questions? Like, what did that really mean?
My interpretation, we good mentally, and if anybody can ask you questions.
Was Baker aware that you were mentally struggling after this incident?
Nope. I
You
didn't.
kept it secret.
I remember going for a walk. And, dark. Like the light. I saw a bear and I said, this is it. And they ran. And I cried. And that's when but it didn't happen. So I was like, okay, I was struggling. I was struggling bad for like 2 years.
Who's Troy Hodge?
Who's Troy Hodge?
Looks like maybe somebody you were communicating with while you were in Vegas in July of 2016. Does that ring a bell? So, it looks like while you were in Vegas in July of 2016, Monica is messaging Troy Hodge, who just happens to live in Anchorage, and has ties to the military like Baker. Is that somebody that you are familiar with? Do you recognize that name?
I'm trying to, I don't remember.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't remember.
Do you have a photo
Of conversation or,
Not at this time. Were you ever on a third three-way call with Monica and Al?
I don't remember that.
Were you aware that Monica and Al were tight, or that they were in communication?
I assumed that they were because of how everything was formulated.
Why do you assume that?
Because if Baker was going to bring anybody to talk to her, it would have probably been Bird's on.
Okay,
Not
so
me.
did Al ever mention, I spoke to Monica, Monica's in jail right now, that Baker's going to take the fall from her, or anything like that?
Yeah.
What did Al say about that?
She said Baker's going to, she said, don't worry about everything. Baker's going to do anything. You have nothing to worry about. And all this is going to work out.
So did he ever say anything about Monica?
Yeah, but she's trying to say she didn't have anything to do with it.
Or something like that?
Yeah.
Did he ever say anything else about Monica?
Was Bertha irritated about that, or is that part of the plan that she's going to say?
He sounded irritated. And frustrated about the whole thing.
That she
He
was
said,
over
that bitch knew what was going down.
Who said that?
Birdsong.
Birdsong said that bitch knew what was going down?
Yes, ma'am. And then our conversations were plain and bland. He never brought it up.
Who?
Birdsong.
Never brought it up.
After they were arrested, never really brought it up.
Monica and
Monica and Baker over years, and he checks in on me every now and again, and I checked in on him. His wife had passed, so I was like,
before or after the murder, did anybody bring up the fact that Fabio had children?
yeah, Baker did.
What did he say about that?
His daughter came home and found her. His daughter came home and found her. Found him.
Let me ask you this. We haven't even talked about the actual murder yet. When you were there that day, was there any sense of urgency or any comment by Baker about the fact that you guys had to get this done within a certain amount of time because the daughters were coming home?
Yes.
What was that?
He said, we gotta go now. She went to the store, be home alone.
She went to the store meeting too.
Monica went to the store. And we went.
He said, just before that, was there a phone call or was there any communication?
There was a communication via phone. He picked up the phone and walked out of the room.
So it was a call?
I believe it was a call. A call or a text. But I believe it was a call. And he said, we gotta go now. She's gonna run to the store. She left the door unlocked. We gotta go now. And he said she left the door. And he put me in the trunk. I'm assuming because he didn't want me to know where I was going.
He put you in the trunk?
Yes.
But you had already been to this house before.
Yeah.
He put you in the trunk in his garage
Yeah.
until he drove where?
Until he drove to wherever he parked the car, and then he let me out, and then we jumped up the hill. And if you asked me, that was a legit act. No, it didn't. My front door is unlocked often.
Yeah,
And
like that.
other people, it didn't.
But you knew that where you were going because the night before the plan was to kill Fabio at the supermarket.
Yes.
And before you even left his house, he gave you clothing, you said.
Yes.
What kind of clothes did he give you?
The baggy dark clothes.
And what did he tell you to do with the baggy dark clothes?
After the victim, after he was killed, he told me to go in the garage and get in the car, and that's what I did, and I waited, and it seemed like a very long time.
You didn't help him clean up the house?
I had seen the house outside of the kitchen and the patio, in the living room area.
Did you guys go in through Monica's unlocked sliding door? The bedroom sliding door?
And we threw the front door.
You went through the front door. And you drove to the house in a, what?
It was a rental car.
Did Baker ever tell you where he got the rental vehicle from?
No.
And you never asked questions about where the rental vehicle comes from?
Oh, well, I saw it in a private.
When you saw it?
We get a rental, kind of like, had little stickers.
So you saw Enterprise on the car?
I think that, yeah, somewhere.
And who drove the car to somewhere near the crime scene where you guys got out and jogged up?
Baker.
Okay. Is it none?
Baker drove the car to the crime scene, and then when he took the Porsche.
Is that the rental? Something like that?
Yeah, I believe that's it.
You drove that vehicle. So after you left the crime scene, we'll go back to the crime, but after you left the crime scene, Baker, you said, dropped you off somewhere near a tunnel?
Yeah,
And how far was that from the house, from the crime scene?
maybe 3 minutes.
3 minutes away?
He was driving quickly.
Did he say anything to you about shit, we just, or, oops,
He said, yeah.
one of the daughters?
No, I don't think so.
Meaning, do you recall if you passed someone that you know, that like it would have been coming home if you passed them?
I had my head down. He told me to put my head
Did you
down.
hear
What did he say?
He said shit. That's what he said.
That's all he said?
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about, a tunnel showing you in Exhibit 10?
Yeah.
That kind of tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. And so he just let you out there, and how long were you there before he picked you up?
There, I wasn't there. I ran. I wasn't there. I didn't, you said.
He dropped you off.
You just dropped me off and I ran
And then where did he pick you up?
on the main street.
Did
by
you
the
know,
bus stop.
if you weren't staying there, how would he know where to pick you up?
I have no clue, but I ran.
Why was he dropping you off?
I think so we could dump the car without me.
Did you know ahead of time you were going to take the car from the garage? Was that part of the plan?
So you
Yeah,
got-
because she told him that she can leave the keys tonight.
Where?
I don't know.
How did you know that?
That's what he told me. What I'm telling you is what he told me from her.
Did you see the keys in the kitchen?
No. I didn't look for much of anything except for I went through, again, I didn't have my glasses, so I'm really fogged because I didn't have my glasses.
So he told you that,
Just go in the garage, get in the car.
and he, as far as her role, what he told you, she told him, I'm going to the store right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. And then I think at one other point you said that maybe it was when we were in Vancouver that Baker told you he's home alone now, that she told him he's home alone now. Is
Yeah.
that something else? But he told you Monica said he's home alone now. And then he told you Monica said, I'll leave the door unlocked. Why not the door unlocked?
Left the door.
Left the door. And then Monica also told him, I'll give you the keys. So, play with the keys on something like that.
Yeah. I didn't have that information. He did.
Right.
I didn't-
He told her these things.
Yes.
I'm sorry. She told him, he told you those things.
Yes.
Was there anything else that you remember that he said Monica told him about this?
When after everything went down, he was like, you gotta go. And I was like, I gotta leave. And he dropped me off at the bus station. And we said, she wanted him dead. Don't worry about anything. I'll take care of it.
Did you say why she wanted him dead?
No. But I know why.
Based on what?
Her collective insurance money.
Based on what? What information?
Because of what he said, like in the past before it all went down, she got money. So my interpretation of that is, you help me do this, I will take care of you. No money, it's okay.
Were you under the impression that the entire time you guys are planning this, that she also was on board with the plan for it to happen?
Yes.
Would you have gone through with this plan if you believed that she was not enough?
No. No.
Did Al also make it clear to you, besides what David said, did Al also make it clear to you that this was all done, that Monica was the mastermind, she's the one that wanted her husband dead?
Yes.
What did he tell you about what Monica said? If you give the statement that Baker told you Monica said, what did he tell you that Monica said?
She said that like, well, she wants this stuff to go on because she wants it to happen quick. And Vegas trip to LA, so it was so short. I don't know why the time frame was so fast and needed to happen fast, but she didn't want him around. Is what my interpretation and context I got from Birdsong.
Why didn't Birdsong commit the act himself? Was there ever any discussion about why he would not do it or why Baker would not do it initially?
Then we say,
Were you expecting to get any money from Monica?
no,
So what was supposed to be, like you were telling us before, the payoff, $30 to $40 to $50,000, where was that money supposed to come from?
Baker,
And where was Baker's money, because he had none, where was his money supposed to come from?
no,
So in turn, really, Baker was going to get money from Monica's life insurance payout to then pay you.
that's how I understood it.
Is that what he told you?
Yes,
So he was planning on getting the insurance money from Monica to then pay you.
yes,
Did you also, was the plan also for Mr. Birdsong to get paid as well for his role?
I would assume so, considering they talk more than they talk to me.
Well, you don't know about that.
Not to my knowledge, but I heard.
And Baker wasn't Birdsong wasn't in LA.
Not to my knowledge.
Did you meet up with somebody by the name of Shane or Lashane Holmes again when you came to LA for this murder?
I don't recall.
How about a guy named Antranik Manassian?
No,
Did you ever see Baker's roommate when you were in LA that time for the murder?
not that I could recall. I heard him, but I didn't see him.
How about Donald Duckett? Is that a name you're familiar with?
No,
Okay. What about Tyrone Clark?
no,
How about a Janine Eiley or Ely?
no,
How about Roger Brown?
no.
You don't know Roger Brown?
The picture?
Did you ever go to an apartment in Glendale where Baker introduced
Arizona?
somebody? Glendale, California, 20 minutes, half hour. Showing you exhibit 11. This guy. Sorry, it's crappy copy. Ever meet that guy?
He looks familiar. Baker looks familiar.
Did you know that Baker was staying with him after the murder for a while?
That's what he was saying. There was, yeah, there was one. Is that the one with the security guy?
No. Did Baker ever tell you that that Monica went by the name Madonna? You ever hear that name? No. What's Oz Entertainment?
I remember it as his management business.
The adult porn industry business?
Yeah. Yes.
How come you have a OEG website address?
He set that up when I was working for him. I would get on the internet and he would ask me to just look for models who wanted to get into the industry and send them a generic email that he had cooked up, and then they would come to the office at the time.
So why does Chloe have one?
I think that was set up.
By who?
Oh, we have an OEG again?
Uh-huh.
Probably set up by him. I didn't know that.
You know, to give you a bunch of names, are you done with that?
Sure.
To give you a bunch of names that you don't recall, do you recall anybody else involved in the planning of this? We know Bertha, we know Baker, we know Monica. Was there anybody else that you recall involved in either the pre-planning or that day?
I would have to see pictures. I don't really remember like a whole lot of names.
Well,
Because sometimes the names are fake.
Even if you don't know names, were there any other individuals, like even if you don't know their names, that were involved? Either you were on communication with them, or they were at the scene, or in another car, or anything like that that you know of?
I don't recall. I just recall me and Baker being together alone the day that it happened.
So let me ask you something. At some point after the murder,
Excuse me.
you were driving the rental car alone,
Yes, ma'am.
and you got pulled over and a ticket in the rental car 45 minutes after the murder.
I did.
Where were you headed?
Baker wanted me to follow him in his, I want to say, expedition to park the rental or return it. And then I got in the car with him. My duffel bag was already in the back seat, and he drove me to the bus lot.
Okay, but you got pulled over, and did Baker pull over as well?
I don't think so.
Well, did you see him getting pulled over before or after you? So if you,
I was following him.
so you were following him, he kept going. After you get pulled over, where do you go?
There was a little restaurant in the corner. I don't remember the name of it.
What kind?
It's like a diner type spot.
On what street?
Whatever the street off of Independence to the left is. So you come out of where his apartment was and you make a left.
Like Van Owen? So you catch up with Baker at some point, I'm assuming, after you
He
get pulled
parked,
over.
he had parked his park. He pulled into me and I said, we're going to the little restaurant. on
So
the
when you
corner.
got to the little restaurant, was the two of you planning on eating there?
Not to my knowledge.
So you were just meeting?
It was like dusk. It was like getting dark.
So you were just planning to meet there at the time?
And yes,
And what happens once you meet Baker there after you've now been ticketed in the rental vehicle? That was
he drives me to the bus depot, I think.
the Van Nuys Flyway?
Yes.
Why?
He said, you gotta go.
Because
And your ticket.
of the fact that you got the ticket?
No, I think because of the murder happened, he wanted me gone.
So, but you guys, so then
I didn't stay.
right, but you were planning on staying for the 24th. Your ticket was for the 24th.
The
He
next
takes
one.
you, right, he
Yeah.
takes you to the bus depot. You take the shuttle to LAX.
Yes.
You pay money at the counter to change your ticket from the next day to that night so you can fly back to Anchorage.
Yes.
Where's your cell phone during all of this?
I left my cell phone.
Where?
It fell out of my pocket.
Where did you leave it?
I was told not to take my phone. Don't bring my phone with me.
Where did you leave your cell phone?
My cell phone fell out of the car, fell in my pocket in a police car at the time.
But you weren't going to bring it with you, whether it fell out or not. You were going to leave it at home.
Yeah.
In closed car.
Who told you not to take your phone?
Third time told me not to bring my phone,
And did he tell you why?
so they can't track you.
So how did you tell Chloe, how did you get a hold of Chloe to tell her that you were coming back a day early so she would know to pick you up?
I used a random phone. That's
Whose
the
phone?
Ford? Mac? One of the big accountants in the airport. I
To
have to-
say,
I have to use her phone. I said, hey, I'm gonna come back a day early. She's like, oh, okay. And like I said, we were getting to know each other during that time.
you and Chloe.
Yeah.
So you didn't tell her anything. And when you left and got on the plane that night, were you at all worried that, like, looking over your shoulder like the police are gonna catch you?
Yes.
Like, were you scared when the police pulled you over in a rental vehicle, like this is it?
Honestly, no.
You didn't?
Because I didn't have a driver's license, so I knew I was going to go to jail because for driving without a license, I was told that way that we still pull you up, take you up on anything.
But you didn't think when the police were pulling over you in the rental car that was rented for the purpose of this murder, you didn't think you were going into custody for this
In
murder?
that moment, no.
So you purposely left your cell phone in Anchorage
As instructed, yes.
as instructed by Al. Did you ever discuss the fact that you left your cell phone in Anchorage with Baker?
When he picked me up, he asked one of the first questions he asked me was, "Do you have your phone here?" I said, "No, I left it."
At LAX? When you first picked you up in
Yes.
LAX on the 22nd?
Yes.
What did, how did Baker describe his relationship with Monica?
He didn't really. So cool. This kind of goes back to the whole, like, I guess, planning thing. What she wants and did, like, whoever.
But he did tell you, from what he told us earlier, that he and she were planning on leaving the country
Mhm.
after this murder and living together.
Yeah. He didn't really think it. So,
Well, that's a lot,
I think
right?
I love this, and I was like, oh, okay.
He said, I think I love this bitch.
Yeah.
Who's Brandy Abel?
Somebody I used to work with.
Is she somebody that you dated?
You know.
Because you texted her the day after the murder. Actually, multiple calls and texts went back and forth on January 24th. When you went back to Alaska, you had multiple calls and texts with her on that.
We were kind of like talking about she was going through something. And we worked together emotionally.
Did you tell her about what had happened?
No.
I just, after, you know, you knew that it, I'm going back, just because I'm kind of thinking linear, but after you first laid eyes, I remember on Monica in Vegas, you get back, right, and you bird song, and they were talking about Monica, they're talking about her husband, and bird song telling you ways that you could do it. You're starting to realize now they're involving you in a potential plan, and that started in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
And now when you got back to Alaska, you had more conversations. There's a plan in place. There's more conversations about the plan. Like it got more real.
Just that when she got the money, they were going to leave the country. And I remember hearing words like, we're going to be set, we're going to be good.
What about her daughters? Was there any conversation about what she was going to do with her two young daughters?
You know,
I'm more talking about like putting this plan in motion because you had that first conversation, right?
yeah.
Now there has to be more follow-up conversations about how it's actually going to happen. It's still like, what, 5 months out. So during that time when you got back July 2016 from Vegas, what conversations, like what next steps did you guys take in planning or talking about it? Do you know what I'm saying?
So we back to
Yeah. So you left Vegas after this initial conversation. You went on. You now end up on a three-way call again, or for the first time with Birdsong, Baker, and you, where you're actually now talking about putting this conversation into motion, actually making a plan with the date, the time, the place.
I don't remember like the whole set of like the whole date,
Yeah.
like what we're gonna do at this time, stuff like that. But I do remember like them just talking about it in general. I didn't really interject too much.
But that was the purpose of you coming in on January 22nd, was to handle this.
Yeah, that's what they wanted me to do.
So there were three-way calls before the actual day, you had three-way calls with them when you discussed this?
Yeah.
And then at any point, do you remember them saying like they stepped away, or they called Monica, or they included her in the conversation?
I think they said we'll call you back.
Who's they?
Bertram Baker. I didn't really talk to him.
No, I know you didn't, but things that you met them in Vegas. Now you've gone on with your life, plans starting to kind of form that you're going to actually put it into action. But the thing how they're telling you,
They would just drop it, but
But they didn't.
They didn't.
but you know they didn't because they were calling you talking about it.
Yeah.
And when they were calling you talking about it, were they getting any input that Monica had told them at this point now?
That she was going to try to figure out how to get them along.
Okay?
So it'd be like, you know, their words, not mine.
Right.
In and out.
Okay.
So I think that she was planning to set him up to be like alone somewhere.
Is that what Baker or Birdsong told you?
Yeah,
Who showed you the picture of Fabio? You know what he looked like?
I think Baker did.
You think?
I believe Baker showed me a picture.
Where was
of,
the
like,
spot
on
picture?
the phone.
Was there ever any days considered before January 23rd? Like, was there ever a plan before that you actually nailed down a date and you're going to fly in?
You know, I think they wanted me to fly in like December. I was like, nah, I got to work. I got things to do.
What was the discussion about that?
When can you fly in?
Was December discussed?
Can you fly in December? Yeah, I was like, no. And then they said, well, I'm going to try to fly you off for your birthday weekend. I was like, maybe. I'll see if I get the time off.
Okay.
How many times? Oh, sorry.
Miss Sarah, can I have one? Thanks, Paul.
So 5 minute break?
Yeah,
5 minute
it's a
break.
5-minute break.
It's 2:55, guys. We're going off record for a few minutes, so everyone should take a bathroom break. Okay, it's 3:10. Everyone's had a break. Mr. Austin, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And before we go back, I want to put a couple of things on the record
Yes.
that I spoke with Mr. Austin during our recess. Number one, he recalls that the incident was scheduled for his birthday weekend because at the time he had 3 jobs, and Baker had suggested that you should tell your job you're coming to LA for your birthday weekend and ask for that weekend off. Is that correct, Mr. Austin?
That is correct.
And what were your jobs at the time?
Mental health specialist at an all-girls treatment facility. I was a substitute for the school district, and I was coaching football and mentoring youth in the jail in downtown.
So Baker wanted you to take off from your 3 jobs to come in to perform this job, killing Fabio Sementilli when?
My birthday weekend,
Which would have been,
the 20th of January.
The next thing I wanted to clear up is that this person Shane that you asked about,
yes.
go ahead, Mr. Austin, explain who you think Shane is or what his...
I think Shane possible, his name comes up because I believe that's somebody who either Baker or Mr. Birdsong knew to try to do it with me.
How do you know that?
Because they had mentioned it, like, he lived in the area. And so he knew, like, he would know how to, like, maneuver after if everything went down. And he wanted me to go to him, but I don't know what came of that.
Did his name come up? The name
Yeah,
Shane?
the name Shane.
By both Baker and Birdsong?
I think just Baker.
Baker. And when did Baker discuss with you this guy named Shane, who might be the second person to go with you?
It was one of those three where I kind of mentioned it, but, like, I didn't know who it was.
Again, was that in person, or was that a conversation that took place by phone between you and Baker?
I think it was in person.
When? When you were in 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever hear after the fact that Shane had any role?
No.
And lastly, all the names that you were asking Mr. Austin about, he does not recall the names, but if you have photographs at some point when we reconvene, that would be helpful to look at their photographs and see if you recognize them.
Okay. When you went to the house, Monica's house, not the time that you actually committed the murder, but the time before where you said you fell asleep and she ordered pizza, did she show you around the house?
No.
Did you note that there was a surveillance camera, TV camera in the kitchen that showed different vantage points of surveillance cameras?
Not that I recall.
Was there any conversation on the day of the murder, January 23rd, about removing the DVR box from the house, which was situated in the garage, in order to take any evidence of the two of you and Baker being caught on that box?
No conversation, but as I stated, when I got in the car, I just kind of waited for him, and I was like I said, I was in shock. Everything happened so fast, and I remember him saying, like, I had to get some stuff.
Did you see him in the garage unpacking the DVR box?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, again, if I can, like, I'm in the car and kind of like panting, sometimes like looking around, and he's over there in the corner doing something, and I'm like just looking around, and now I'm listening. I don't know what's happening, and then he comes in with his stuff. Some keys, the box thingy. Like, yeah, and put it like under his feet.
This is at 12. So this is the garage. This is the door to the kitchen. Do you recognize where you are?
I do.
And on top of the cabinet in the garage is this DVR box.
I didn't see that, but he came in with it. He came in the car with it.
So you saw Baker get into the car carrying the DVR box?
When he got in the car, he had it in his hand.
Did you ask him about it?
Nope.
So it sounds like you didn't ask any questions about anything. You just went along with whatever. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel like bring any items, like from, you saw just that, right? But did you get about the bedrooms or going to the house or making it look like a robbery, anything like that?
He felt like I had to make it look like a robbery.
Did you help him do that?
No, ma'am.
Did Birdsong ever, in your conversation, say or coach that
There's
should
no
be done?
baker like you can't just go in and just do that.
Were you there when Al was telling Baker this stuff?
Just to go with the phone over the phone.
Were you on?
Like a three-way.
To make it look like a robbery?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes. But
Or what?
for this bakery system. They agreed to that. Yes. They both agreed that, yeah, they had to make it look like a robbery.
When you went to the house, you said Baker came to you and said that he had just talked to Monica or he had just communicated with Monica
Where are you at?
the day of the murder, and it was time to go,
Oh,
right? And you said you get into the trunk of the rental, you drive over there, he parks the vehicle, and then the two of you drive up to the house.
yeah.
When you drive up to the house, what happens then?
Baker opens the door.
Front?
Front door. Baker opens the front door. And I go in with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he creeps to the back door
Where?
by the patio.
The one that's in the kitchen or the one that's in the family room area that looks out onto the backyard and the pool?
Walking door, and the patio is like right there,
Pool, it's straight in front of you?
almost like a slight angle.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
And Baker counts to 3, and we go out and rush, and
You
Baker
counted to 3 while you're in where? In the family room or in the kitchen?
in kitchen, family room, in between.
So here's the, let's put an exhibit tab on it. First is the family room window. Yeah. Did you know he was gonna be out there?
Baker told me he was going to be outside, because he said Monica was he's on the back porch.
Monica said he's on the back porch.
That's the information I got from Baker
Right.
from Monica.
That's what David told you.
That's what Baker told me
And when did he tell you that?
when we got to the front door.
The right when you're going in the house,
He said
then Baker said
he
he did.
should be in the back door.
Okay.
Or patio.
You didn't know the layout, well, you've been in there before, but did you remember the layout of the house?
I remember that. I remember
So you're looking right now at exhibit 13.
I remember sitting right there in that corner.
What time you were there before?
The time I was there before, and that's where I was. They didn't show me, he didn't show me the house, none of that. And after I ate maybe a couple slices, put the TV on, whatever it was on, I don't remember. I just sat there and they went off somewhere.
In the house, you never talked about, well,
No
you
man,
just got there, nothing.
no man.
So when you come in the house showing you 15, this would be coming into the front door, right?
Even the day I came.
Mm-hmm. Any day, the house looks like this, right? And you would walk through and then to a step down living room area, right? With windows that look out onto the yard.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. And so you guys came in through the front door,
yeah,
walked through to the living room area. When you look through these windows, you can see the pool, right?
yeah.
And then showing you, and this is looking at exhibit 15 and 13, 15 being the front door, 13 being the living room area. If you go to the left when you're in the living room, that would take you into the kitchen, which we see is 14. Is that right?
Yeah,
And you can see this door that's open.
yeah.
Is that the door that you guys went out to rush Fabio, or did you go out the doors from the family room area?
We went out of the exhibit 14 door.
And Fabio, where was he?
Sitting in a chair,
Sitting in a chair doing what?
sitting in a chair. I'm assuming smoking a cigar.
Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I think he was smoking something.
Would he facing you guys when you walk out the door?
Yeah.
Showing you exhibit 16, this would be the door that you were talking about, and you come out onto the patio where Fabio was?
Yeah.
And was there also a television out there, and a fire pit?
I think so, yeah.
Did you see Fabio smoking a cigar there?
I think he was smoking a cigar there. I couldn't remember.
Showing you exhibit 17, this chair here. Is this the chair that Fabio was sitting in facing the television when you guys came out the back door?
Yes.
And did Fabio say anything to the two of you when you come out?
He tried to get but Baker covered his mouth already
How did he cover his mouth?
with his hand.
And then what happened?
He started stabbing him.
With which knife? You told us about two. Sarah, we need a couple more.
The folding.
Yeah. The folding knife?
The one that you bought, or someone bought.
You said folding knife?
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Are you talking about the one with the red that folded in half?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the one that we see in Exhibit 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, did you also have a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there were 2 knives.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the knife that you had?
I think I had like something like that into a case.
That was the one you told us about that you also purchased at the
That Baker purchase.
with you.
Yes.
Did you take that knife with you when you left the scene?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 18. Does this show Fabio as you guys left him on the chair in the backyard?
Yes.
How many times did you stab Fabio? Where?
In the net.
Did you say anything during any of this period of time? Fabio? Not one word. Did he try to scream?
Yes.
I mean, he's a big dude. Did he struggle?
A little. Yeah.
Did he seem to be shocked when he saw you and Baker come through the kitchen door?
Yes.
And then, did you take this, the knife, the hunting knife that you used to stab Fabio in the neck, did you take that knife with you when you left?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
May I have just one moment with this?
Sure.
Please.
No, we're ready. We're ready.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What did you do with it?
I buried it
Where?
in a bush somewhere,
Where?
in the neighborhood.
Where? The best you can. Here in LA, back in the neighborhood that you were, when you got dropped off on foot, is that when you did it?
Yes.
Okay. So
I still have it.
you had it in the Porsche when you guys drive away.
Yes.
Then Baker dropped you off near the tunnel.
Yes.
You start running.
Yes. And I realized I had it. It was hoping
You bury it somewhere.
somewhere. Yes.
And then somehow Baker manages to find you along the path. And you guys go where?
Back to the apartment. No. He tells me to strip. And then he
Where? On the street?
No. In the car, when he picks me up in the car, he tells me to take off my clothes, and then I give it to him, and then he swings by somewhere and drops them off
Drink by somewhere where?
in the neighborhood or down to the road.
Shoot.
And then we go back to the apartment.
And did you park the rental car in the underground parking garage?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, we can parking garage.
And does he say anything to you about who is taking care of jumping off the Porsche?
No.
Do you guys ever discuss where the Porsche is going to be left?
No, ma'am.
Did Baker ever tell you where he dumped the Porsche or who he had dumped the Porsche?
No, ma'am.
And then he's driving the Porsche at some point, and is this after you go back to Baker's apartment? You leave later, 45 minutes later, is that when you get the ticket? You see what I'm
He
saying?
dropped up, so.
Yeah.
He dropped me off at the tunnel, he driving the Porsche. Don't know what he did, but he told me to get out. And I just got out. And I started running and jogging and running. The nice time and I buried it.
Got it.
And I was like, I want to find the main street. And so I found the main street. I go out, make a right, and I just keep jogging. And I see a bus stop, and I sit down. And then he miraculously pulls up.
How long after he had dropped you off?
I was probably jogging for like 5 minutes.
Pretty short.
So Baker picked you up within 5 minutes?
About that.
And you go where?
What car is he in when he picks you up?
The rental.
Okay. And where do you go?
Back to the apartment.
And why do you go back to the apartment? Because you guys leave shortly thereafter because you get a ticket.
Yeah.
So when do you go back to the rental, to the apartment for? What's the purpose?
To all my stuff is in his truck. I think he switched cars and he's going to take me to the airport.
So you knew you were leaving that day at that point?
He said, I got to get you out of here.
And so then you're following him in the rental to go to Enterprise to dump the rental car?
Return it, yeah. But I
Okay.
think it was like a restaurant that we parked at. And then I got in his car. So I don't remember like dropping the rental car off at the actual rental.
Was that the plan though, that you were going to go return the rental car, or where would the two of you go?
At this point, I'm just following his instructions.
Right, and what is the plan? What is he telling you? Follow me
He
where?
said, follow me to this restaurant.
Which restaurant?
I don't remember the name of the restaurant.
Where is it?
It's on the corner of wherever we turned out of his apartment from.
So somewhere near Independence?
Yes.
And that's when you get stopped?
Yes. I think
And,
I got stopped for being in the middle lane too long.
now wearing a seatbelt.
No, I see that.
And then after you get stopped, the cop lets you go,
Yes.
and then you continue to
Where?
the restaurant,
Yeah, where he waited for me.
and then you get out of the rental car,
Yes.
and you get into what?
His car.
Which car?
I think it was an Expedition.
And then in the Expedition, he drives you to Flyaway?
Yes.
And the next time you talk to him is later that week, once you're back in Alaska?
Yes. I think I let him know I landed.
Is there anything anybody wants to add? Was your son still in the car with him? Like, did Chloe pick you up and your son was still in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that how you got your phone back then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Does Baker give you money in cash while you're still in LA for the bird phone, or do you do the same song and dance where he puts money into his account and you withdraw it from using his ATM card from your Credit One account?
He gave me a little cash.
How much money does Baker give you
I
in
think he
LA?
gave me like $60 to get a burn from.
In cash?
Yeah.
Before you even leave LA?
I think so.
When did he give you the gold coins?
When he dropped me off at the bus station, I assumed it was from his collection.
Did you know that Fabio collected gold coins?
No, I did not.
Did you go into the master bedroom at all to see what Baker was doing in the master bedroom?
No, ma'am.
How many rolls? You said it amounted to approximately $3,000.
Give or take about that, yeah. Were
Okay.
they his?
Well, no, I'm asking you, did you know, because you said, I assume it was from his collection, did you know Rob to have, or Baker to have a collection of gold coins?
No.
Oh,
He just said, here, take these.
so you don't know where they came from?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you've never seen them with gold coins before, because it's an odd kind of thing to be making payments in?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if he got them from Fabio's house?
No, but no, it's just saying, yeah, he probably got them from Fabio's house, and I was wrong, I was paid with those.
So when Baker got into the car, of course, when you guys leave the crime scene, you said he came in with the DVR. Did he come in with a pillowcase filled with anything?
Yeah, he came with a pillowcase,
How many?
one, that I recall.
Do you remember the color or anything?
Teal, or
Teal?
like a tealish blue, kind of like, it was a lighter color.
Okay. And did you ask him what was in the pillowcase?
You know,
So he told you to duck down in the corner?
Yeah, he told me to, he put his hand on my shoulder and said, put your head down.
Did you seem worried at all about that he was driving Fabio Porsche out of the neighborhood?
Huh?
Did you seem worried about that he was driving Fabio Porsche out in the neighborhood? Did you seem worried about it? You just got to driving his Porsche out.
I don't,
Yeah?
I know what my emotions were and my feelings were that day.
I'm assuming you just want to get the hell out of there.
Yes.
Okay, I think this is maybe a good place to stop, and then we'll pick it up, it sounds like hopefully this Wednesday, did you say, at 10:30?
Correct, I'll be at PCD, I have a couple matters that I should done.
Okay. And hopefully that'll work with everybody else's schedules, if not, we'll all communicate. Yeah, if not, we'll all communicate about that. And so we're now going to go off record at 3:34 p.m. on November 18th.
We need to collect the transcripts. Let's take our morning recess. We'll limit it to 10 minutes. The admin supplies. See you back in about 10 minutes. The record, Fabio Sementilli, the defendant's present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Mr. Austin, still under oath. Mr. Levine.
Yes, just a couple of questions, Your Honor, before we play the second tape. Mr. Austin, you heard that tape recording of the session, the proffer session between you and your attorney and Ms. Silverman, Ms. Stagel, and I think one of the police officers present as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to accurately reflect, to the best of your recollection, what occurred on that day, the questions, the answers, and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And there were a couple of times when you met with your attorney outside the presence of everyone else, in other words, in private?
Yes, sir.
And you had a conversation with him and then came back outside and finished the proffer session, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it true that the second session was actually 2 days after the first one? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Refresh your memory, the date says one November 18th and one November 20th.
Yes, sir.
You were in custody during those 2 days, obviously, as you are now.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to meet with your attorney, Mr. Aval, between the first proffer session and the second?
No, I was picked up and taken to the second proffer session. We met there.
I'm sorry. Were you able to meet with him before the start of the second proffer session in private?
Yes, sir.
And you discussed with him what was going to happen and whatever else you discussed with him about the upcoming proffer session, correct?
We had a discussion.
And he talked to you about the contents of the proffer session, first one and second one, and what he expected from you?
Objection was made. And hearsay.
As to the last part, sustained.
Did he discuss with you what was going to occur at the next proffer session?
We had a discussion, same as the first one.
Same before the first one?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. If we could play the...
Before you do that, let's mark some items. Is this, let me inquire, the second session is still part of 632?
Yeah. Your Honor's audio is still on that thumb drive.
Very good, so that remains. And the transcript was marked as 634?
Yes, that's just
Thank you. So marked.
I'm good at repeating when I
And again, the same admonition, as always, applies to this transcript.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I think we're one person missing.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's 10:56 on the morning of Wednesday, November 20th. We're back at Robbery and Homicide Division this morning for part 2 of our Proffer interview with Mr. Christopher Austin, along with his attorney, Simon Aval, Detective Josh Byers, Detective Corey Farrell, DA Heather Stagel, myself, Beth Silverman. It's being recorded and transcribed by DA employee Sarah Mayhem and our paralegal Eileen Romero. And I want to start with, yesterday we had you sign a proffer agreement. I basically, it's the same proffer agreement that mentions that it's going to be held on the morning of November 18th, and of course this is November 20th. part 2, but on it said part 2. Did you have an opportunity to review all of this with your lawyer and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any questions of me or your lawyer that you want to discuss at this time regarding your proper, the second half of your proper today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to just jump around today and try to get some things clarified. Let's start with some photographs. I think yesterday we marked through 18. I'm going to show you now Exhibit 19. Do you recognize the 3 individuals in this photograph?
You said yesterday, you mean the last, 2 days ago.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
It's been a little bit of a blur to see who's on the top. Do you recognize the 3 people there in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me who those people are?
Robert Baker, Monica, and Mr. Birdsong.
Okay. Mr. Birdsong, he's the guy you all know as?
Alfred Birdsong.
Okay. And then, you also told us yesterday that initially the hit on Fabio Sementilli, the victim in this case, was supposed to take place the same night that you came into town, which was January 22nd, and that Baker drove you to some location. What type of location was that again?
It was like a shopping center, like a food mart, food, nails.
And they all,
It was like a L-shaped food mart area,
like a strip mall?
like a strip mall. Thank
When
you.
you say nails, you mean like a nail salon?
Nail salon. Yes.
And you were supposed to wait for a particular car while you were at that location. Were you waiting with Baker somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
On the other side, in like a back. It was like a back parking lot area. He wanted me to get out. He told me what to look. He told me that. Told me what he was driving via Monica, and to look for it. And
What do you mean via Monica?
Monica told him that it's my understanding.
Now, I don't want to know what you're understanding. I want to know actual words. Let's stick with what he actually told you.
She's going to send him to the store, and she's going to send him to the store, and we can get him there.
And when you say she, you mean Monica?
Yes.
So Baker told you that Monica told him what Fabio would be driving,
Yes.
and that she was going to send him to the store so that he could be murdered.
Yes.
And at that point, had you and Baker already gone to the Walmart where I believe you told us 2 days ago that you purchased 2 knives, correct?
Yes.
One being that folding knife, and the other being the hunting knife that you told us you used to stab Fabio on the 23rd.
Yes.
And were you waiting inside a location or a vehicle, or were you just out on the street?
I was in the vehicle, and then I got out.
And when did you get out?
When he got a text that it should be there,
How do you know he got his text?
he told me.
What did he, being Baker, say about the text?
He said that he should be there. Go look.
And did he tell you who he got a text from?
Monica.
Okay. So were you waiting in Baker's vehicle at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle?
I think it was rental.
This would be the 22nd.
I believe we took the rental.
You think it was the rental that night? Are you guessing, or do you have a clear recollection?
I'm trying to think.
Because I don't want you to guess. If you're sure, then you can tell us. If you're not sure, you can say that too.
I'm thinking.
Okay, we'll come back to that while you think. In the back of your mind. showing you Exhibit 20. Do you recognize this location?
I do.
What is this location?
That is where Mr. Baker was living at the time.
This is where Robert Baker was living?
Mhm.
Is this the parking garage?
Yes,
Do you recognize any vehicles in this picture?
yes.
Which vehicles do you recognize?
I recognize the black Expedition and a red Mustang.
And did both of those vehicles belong to Baker?
Yes.
Were you told us yesterday to look for a dark black or blue pickup that the victim was going to be driving. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, if you don't mind. Just to refresh, can we, okay, can you tell us, like, I know we talked about it yesterday, but can you go through just kind of like when you got to the parking lot, like, step by step of things you remember, and then we can maybe ask, is that okay? Because I'm just trying to remember some details, like, what you remember, if you got to the parking lot, and if you can just tell us what happened, like what you remember. You went, how Baker told you to go there, when you got there, what you saw, what you did, and then she can ask you the details of it. Is that okay? Just go step by step. Yeah.
It was pretty late, so
How late?
maybe 9 or so.
Okay?
There wasn't a lot of cars in the parking lot.
Okay.
And when we got to that back area, he told me to look for it, and he showed me a picture.
Baker?
Yes.
On his phone?
Yes.
Or printed
on,
out?
on his phone.
Yeah.
And then there was not really.
Okay. What do you mean by not really?
He told me that he described him to me, tried to get me to imagine what he looked like, but I was like,
Well, let me ask you, previous to this date, you had been to the Sementilli home, Baker.
Yes.
Did you see family photos all over the house when you were there?
No. There were steps. Told me that we walked through he sent me out, told me what to look for, and then I walked down, and I remember steps, and there were like little pillars, and I was just kind of like, wait and look. I remember him coming out of the food spot.
Who?
Mr.
The victim?
The victim.
Was coming out of the food spot? What does that mean?
Whatever restaurant,
Out of the store?
whatever restaurant it was, he was coming out, and
Do you remember the name of any of the restaurants and stores in that strip mall?
I would have to see it to remember.
Do you remember any cross streets?
No.
So how would we know to bring you somewhere if you don't know?
I was told when he went there, it was close to his house.
Okay. By who?
Baker.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I saw him, and I said, well, we can't do it. And I went back.
Where were you?
I was like walking in the breezeway by the village,
And where was Baker?
in the car.
And where was he parked?
In like a back area,
Like a parking
like
lot?
a parking lot area.
you're pretty close, don't worry, sorry. And was there a reason that you changed your mind at that point?
Do
And so you went back into the car and said to Baker, I can't do it?
it.
Is that yes?
Yeah,
And Baker said,
don't worry about it.
and did Baker say, don't worry, we'll handle this later or
Yeah.
tomorrow or
No,
anything else?
he just said, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And then we went back to his path. And in my mind, I was like, done.
So when you got back in the car with Baker, do you know, did he see or hear, or did he tell you, did he communicate with Monica after that?
Yeah, we started texting, and I assumed it was Monica.
Why do you assume that?
Because he didn't really move until he got a text or some type of call from her.
Move the car.
Huh?
He didn't move the car?
No, just move in general, like planning and things like that, just moving forward with anything. He didn't do anything until he got any information, to my knowledge.
Did he say anything or mention anything about Monica, like I gotta let Monica know, or let me text Monica, or
He said, I'll figure it out. He said, I'll figure it out.
Did he mention anything about Monica at that time?
That night,
Yes. When you came back to the car and said, I can't do it, and he started texting. Because you said you think he was texting with Monica, so my question is, why did you do that?
because of the reason we went there, he got the text from her.
Did he mention anything about Monica at that point after?
No,
So, but you went, I guess what we're getting at is, you went there believing that Monica was kind of behind this, directing it, right?
yeah,
And then it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So, logically, Baker would be reporting back to her, but it didn't happen, and there would be a new plan. Do you know anything about that?
no,
Okay. But you didn't hear her call her, and you didn't get on the phone with her as far as you heard.
no,
Did he tell you that he talked to her at all, like he communicated about it didn't happen?
when we got back to his pad, he said, I'll let her know.
Okay. And you knew he was talking about Monica?
Yeah,
Okay.
and in my mind at that time, I was like, cool, it's not gonna happen, I'm gonna go back, I'm not gonna do this.
Did Baker do that with you?
A little, but not really.
And when you said, I'll let her know, did you ever hear him, actually call her?
No,
Did he ever tell you that he ended up talking to her and did let her know? Did he tell you what happened or what she said or anything that happened after that?
no,
Okay. So he just said, I'll let her know, and that was it for the night?
that was it. And then I went back to his pad and went to sleep.
In terms of the vehicle showing you Exhibit 21, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah,
And whose vehicle is that?
that's the big vehicle that I was supposed to look for.
And did you actually see the vehicle somewhere on that night, on the January 22nd, when Baker was waiting in the back lot?
Yeah, it was parked like, it was parked in the parking lot right in front of the restaurant. And we walked out, got in the car and drove off.
Do you remember what kind of restaurant it was, if you don't remember the name?
It might have been Chinese.
Are you guessing?
I am.
Okay.
Did he come out like carrying food like he's on you?
Yeah, he put on like a little bag and
You told us 2 days ago that the 2 knives that you purchased were at a Walmart. I just want to show you a map. I don't know if it'll mean anything to you. This is in the Exhibit 22. On this map, you can see that there is a Walmart. This street right here, if you're familiar with the San Fernando Valley, is Fallbrook. And down here is Victory Boulevard. Do you know or do you recall if this is the Walmart that you and Baker went to on January 22nd in order to purchase knives? And again, you don't need to guess. If you don't know, you don't know. I just want to know if it was in the valley.
all I know is yes, I believe it was in the valley. Because I don't think we traveled very far from his house. And I know it was a Walmart.
And do you think it was this Walmart here that is in the vicinity of Fallbrook and Victory?
I don't want to guess and give you wrong information.
Okay. Do you guys buy anything in, either you or Baker, buy anything else in the Walmart other than the folding knife and the hunting knife?
I don't remember.
You said you stayed at Baker's apartment on Independence when you came in, right?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the apartment where he was staying.
That's the family room area
Yes.
downstairs. Showing you Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the bedroom.
Who's
Baker's-
that?
That's Baker's bedroom.
Where were you sleeping when you came to stay?
I slept on one side of the bed,
And Baker slept with you?
on the other side, yes.
So you slept in Baker's bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 26. Thank you, sir. You recognize this?
That's the garage. I think that's the outside of the apartment.
Okay, so that's Baker's apartment complex on Independence?
Yes.
And have you stayed there on more than one occasion when you came into town, including this time when you came in to commit the murder?
No,
You've only stayed there one time?
that was my first time seeing that spot, actually.
Okay. Yesterday you told us that you lived with Baker at, yeah. And again, anytime I say yesterday, I mean 2 days ago.
I know that.
I know, but I'm glad that your lawyer is so great and that he's correcting me. And you feel free, please, to correct me as well. And if there's, again, anything I say that you don't understand or that I ask in a weird way, just tell me like I don't understand your question and I'll react.
Okay.
Because I know we're moving a little quickly. I thought I had 24. Was the exterior? Okay. 26. So, I'm sorry. So Baker's apartment, that's the exterior of the apartment. I'm going to mark that as 25, okay?
Okay.
So we have 23 being the living room area, 24 being his bedroom, and you recognize his bedspread there, green with floral prints in 24,
Yes, sir.
and 25 being the exterior of the apartment complex.
Yes.
Showing you 26, yesterday you told us that at some point prior to moving to Alaska that you lived with Baker on Catherine
Yes.
in the valley.
Yes.
I want to show you this location, which is 5757 Catherine and Van Nuys. Is that the correct location?
Yes.
That is it. Okay. And who lived at Catherine with you?
Baker and his wife at the time.
His wife being,
Nikki.
do you know Nikki's last name?
Her real last name?
Yeah.
No.
Showing you Exhibit 27, do you recognize this person?
Yes. Oh,
Who's that?
that is his ex-wife.
Nikki?
Nikki.
Have you ever heard the last name of Fairchild, or did you only know her by Nikki Baker?
That was the name that she went by, but in my mind, she was Nikki Baker.
When you say that name, you mean Fairchild?
Fairchild.
So
Nikki Fairchild.
you had heard that name before?
Yes. But I don't want to like say like, oh yeah, that's her last name. And I don't really know if that's really her last name. That's just the name I've known her to be called, Nikki Fairchild or Nikki Baker.
Got you. I want to show you another picture because you said you also lived on, I think you said Kelvin? Is that right? With Baker and Nikki?
Yes. Was it Kelvin? In Winnetka.
In Winnetka,
Yeah.
showing you Exhibit 28. You recognize this picture of this house.
Yes.
Is that a location that you also lived with Baker
Yes. That is the last location I lived with Baker
and Nikki?
and Nikki.
And what about Al?
Al had moved to Vegas already.
Did Al ever live at this location with you?
No.
Did Al ever live at the Catherine Avenue location with you?
Yes.
That's what's depicted in Exhibit 26.
Yes.
You said when you woke up, Baker was not home.
Yeah.
Did Baker ever tell you that that morning he had gone to LA Fitness to meet up with Monica?
No.
Did Baker ever tell you that he had seen Monica that day?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
He didn't tell me that he met up with her, but he did come and said, here's the deal. She's gonna, here's the deal. And I'm telling you what I can recall.
Okay.
Here's the deal. She's gonna go home, you know, see what the rest of you doing, and then she's gonna leave, and when she leaves, she's gonna let me know when he's home alone. And I just said, that's not in my head.
So
And I watched it.
you still were aware that you were, this was going, this hit was gonna happen that day?
Yeah.
Did he ever tell you that he met up with her, if not at the LA Fitness, at the local Target?
No.
He's asking if Baker had left the house that morning.
You told us, I think, 2 days ago when you were here, that when you woke up,
He wasn't there.
Baker was gone, and then came home at some point later in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time?
No.
But for my own clarification, when you're asking about LA Fitness, was it that morning you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Baker say that day that he had seen Monica at LA Fit or at a Target.
Okay.
So he just told you that here's the deal, she's gonna go home, see what he's doing, and let him know when
Let
he's
him-
alone.
Yeah.
Did he ever mention to you that there was a daughter that was in and out of the house that day? Or did you not know about the daughter?
I didn't really know. I didn't know about the daughter until we got in the car and said, shit, his daughter. He said, shit.
But
And
he
then
didn't,
he told me on the phone. Told me on the phone after everything. Said his daughter came home. And then I just remember this. He said, don't trip. I got you. And hung up the phone.
so he just called to tell you that the daughter,
No, it's just to check it. It would be called to just check in on me. Just in general. And he told me that.
have you ever heard the name Jaybird? Baker ever used the name Jaybird?
No,
Okay.
not in my presence.
Okay, so you've never heard that name? Oh, you never heard the name Jaybird?
Not in my presence, no.
Well, if you've heard something, it would be in your presence, right? So
Yeah.
you're saying you've never heard that name?
No.
When Baker came home that morning, or that afternoon, or whatever it was during the 23rd, was he bleeding from anywhere at that time?
Not that I remember.
So he didn't have his head wrapped or his hand wrapped up or complain of any bleeding or anything of that nature?
No.
And did he ever say to you, oh, I was at racquetball and Monica hit me with her racket, either in the head or the hand or anywhere else on his body?
He never said anything like that to me.
I'll show you another picture. It was that 27, right? Showing you 29, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
What area is that?
I don't know that area. I just recognize the picture.
What is it of?
It's a picture of a black Porsche.
And is that the victim's black Porsche?
Yes.
And would that be at the time when you and Baker are fleeing the scene after the murder?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 30, do you recognize this person here walking with a, looks like he's wearing a black sweatsuit with white stripes, carrying some kind of a duffel or a bag?
It's hard to make out.
Do you know if Baker was wearing an outfit that looked like that at some point in time on January 23rd?
He might have.
So that doesn't look familiar to you?
I can't really make it out to say, give a definite answer, yes or no, but he might have had, Adidas gear. He had a lot of workout gear.
When you say gear, you mean clothing?
Yes.
Let me show you another one. By the way, you also told us 2 days ago that Albert Songday told you to get your passport ready in case you had to go somewhere. Did you in fact get a passport
I did.
after this murder?
It was already in motion for me to get a passport, but yes.
Was it in motion because you knew that this in
No.
relation to this planning and
No,
crime?
I just wanted to have my passport. My mom told me I need to get a passport, and I had the paperwork. I just never submitted it
So you
until
got,
after.
showing you 31, tell me this one's a little bit closer up than 30. Does that appear to be pictures of Baker in that same outfit?
Yes.
And do you recall him wearing that outfit at all on January 23rd, prior to changing into the hoodie,
Yes.
or not?
Yes.
So that does look familiar to you?
Yes.
The actual, the jogging one? What is the jogging? No. Do you know if Baker ever said anything about going near the crime scene location ahead of time, to block anything off,
No.
or anything of that nature?
No.
He never talked to you about that?
No.
Showing you 32.
You guys, did you guys ever, not the word scout, but do any drive-by or run-by of that neighborhood before this was planned?
No.
Other than that one time that you've been there?
I think the one time I was there.
Okay. And do you know if Baker ever said, because clearly he's wearing an outfit that matches what he's wearing that day in the neighborhood, and that's not what he was wearing with you when you went there?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you can go into that area that day, the day before, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Do you know a guy named Kenneth Wax?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that person at all?
No.
Never came up in any conversations regarding this conspiracy?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 33, Chris Crowther. Do you recognize this guy or his name?
No.
Never came up in the course of the conspiracy?
No.
How about the name Manassian? Did that ever come up in the course of the conversations regarding the conspiracy?
No.
Did either Birdsong or Baker ever call you by a nickname like you used Unk or Bird? Did they ever use any kind of nickname to refer to you?
When they're picking on me based on my appearance right now, they call me Wolverine.
Wolverine?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Jokingly, Chewbacca.
Chewbacca?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nephew.
Nephew.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
Did you ever communicate with Al on a burner?
Yes.
Do you remember the phone number?
No.
Do you know if it started with an 818 number or prefix?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry to give you an 818-999-31. I'm sorry. 818. Familiar or not?
I don't remember looking at a whole lot of numbers at that time. That would probably be it.
What was, and let me get his regular number, which was a 70. Okay, we'll come back to that. Did you use a fake ID in order to obtain the burner phone that Baker told you and Al told you to get?
No.
I want to show
Not to my
you
knowledge.
some records. Are you familiar with the name Ahmed, A-H-M-E-D, A-L-S-H-A-M-I-S-I? Are you familiar with that name at all?
No.
Okay.
What?
His
No.
name is Ahmed Al-Shamisi. So you didn't use a fake name to get the burner? You just didn't have
Baker gave me a burner.
He gave you an actual phone.
He gave me an actual phone.
What kind of phone was it?
It was a burner phone. It was one of the convenience store phones you kind of get, put the minutes on, and you can use it. He set it up and gave it to me.
Like a prepaid?
Yes.
Was it an Apple? Was it an Android?
No, it was just a regular old little flip phone thing.
A flip phone. Can you do that after?
No, before.
When?
When I got there?
On the 22nd?
Yes.
And what was that phone supposed to be used for?
Communication, if we ever got separated.
And that was because you said Al told you to leave your phone in Alaska when you got to the airport and Baker picked you up. Baker asked you, had you left your phone at home?
Yes.
And you had told him yes.
Yes.
Okay, at some point though, there was a second burner phone, right?
Yeah, they gave me the
Absolutely.
Well, and that's the one that Baker gave you. Did you use it during the time you were here in Los Angeles?
yeah.
To who would you
Just the Baker. I didn't call him. I just told him to text Baker.
You would text Baker on that phone?
Text or call Baker only.
On which of Baker's phones?
The burner phone. He had a burner phone too.
He had one burner phone?
Yeah.
And you made calls to him on his burner phone from that burner phone that Baker gave you?
Mm-hmm. And then when I got to Alaska, they gave me a couple of dollars to go get a cell phone. And then I went into a AT&T store, and I happened to know somebody there. I was like, "Give me a burner phone." Sure.
What did you do with that burner phone that Baker gave you?
He told me to give him everything.
You gave it back?
He gave everything back.
Go ahead.
Do you remember anything about, did he tell you what the phone number was? Or do you
No.
have the phone number pre-programmed?
I don't remember those numbers.
Okay. So you just remember it was some kind of a flip phone
Yeah.
that Baker gave you on the 22nd to use while you were there in
Yeah.
LA for this murder.
Yes.
Now, when you told Detective Byers that they gave you some money and you went in Alaska to purchase another burner, when you say they, who gave you money to purchase the burner in Alaska?
Baker gave me money.
Before you left, or by removing it from his account via his access?
Before I left, he gave me a couple dollars.
What do you mean by a couple dollars?
Like $60 to $100. And then I went to an AT&T store
Where?
in Anchorage,
Where?
Alaska.
Uh-huh. Is it in a mall?
Oh, yes, it's like in a mall. And then I said, hey, I need a phone, a little burner phone. And she gave it to me.
She being the person at the
Yeah,
desk?
that's what it is.
Someone you didn't know?
Someone I actually knew who I was.
Oh, you knew her?
Yeah, she knew who I was via coaching and stuff, so she just gave it to me.
She gave it to you for free?
No, I paid for it.
Okay. How much did you pay for that burner?
I put minutes on it, so it's like 60. So if you get a phone, you put minutes on it. AT&T at the time had a deal like that.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So the burner phone that you provided me when you got here, you said that a couple days ago you said your phone had fallen out and you didn't bring the phone
I
here.
didn't bring my phone.
Okay, so did you let Chloe know that you arrived, or any family member, did you use that burner phone to communicate with anybody but Baker?
No,
So there was no checking?
no. She told me not to. She said, don't you call anybody, don't you do anything. As far as everybody
Was she
knows.
the only one who knew that you were traveling here to Los Angeles?
Yeah.
And under what was her thought about what you were doing here?
She didn't really ask a whole lot of questions. Me and her, our relationship had just kind of started. And I was pretty guarded when it had started. So she was like, if she asked any questions like for what's going on, like he told me to tell her that he was kind of under the weather. And I was going to help him handle some of his businesses, like his modeling contracts and stuff like that. She is now familiar that, I used to work in the industry as far as like his assistants, other people's assistants and stuff like that, driving around. Nothing of stuff like none of that.
Okay, sorry.
Did you have the burner when you went to the house? Do you remember if you had the burner when you went to the cemetery house? You didn't take it?
Told me not to.
Oh, okay. Where did you leave it?
I left it at his house. And whatever he did with it, what he did with it.
Did you keep the burner with you when you went the night before to that place when you saw
Yeah.
the parking lot? You had the burner then?
I think so, yeah.
You were with Baker the whole time. Is there any particular reason why you had it?
He said just in case we get separated, and I thought he would leave, so that's why I think.
You thought who would leave?
I thought he would leave, like,
The strip mall?
yeah,
And leave you like standing there?
yeah, at one point, yeah.
Okay, and I think we talked yesterday about the Baker's phone, the one that ends in 1093, 213-272-1093. That was the phone number that you had always communicated with Baker through.
No, I forget. He checked in on me before any of this, yes.
And then at some point when he told you to download WhatsApp, you were communicating through burner phone, you on your end and he on his end.
Yes.
And his burner phone number was 747-888.
Yes. Yes.
And your burner phone was a 907 number that we talked about, I think, 2 days ago. That was 907.
That's my personal.
Okay. Your burner was then the 314.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. After the burner,
Yes.
295-9.
Yes. Is that what you have?
314 acreage? Is that Eric Acreage, 314?
No. I don't know where that is.
But you recall your version being a 314 area code?
Yeah.
And you would have given that to Baker via your communications through the encrypted app, WhatsApp?
Yeah.
What is Vesta?
I think it's like a prepaid card account. Anytime you need to put money on, anytime you need to put money on a phone from a prepaid, you know, what you use, you gotta dial it in, add minutes to it.
And did you use any kind of Vesta card or account or Baker?
I think Baker did, and he told me to use it too. And so I just did.
What did he give you to be able to access that Vesta account?
Usually it's about it's not a lot. It's like $40 sometimes.
Okay, but what
It's a
Baker
little-
gives you? He give you a card? He
Yeah.
give you an access number?
Give me access number, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
On the phone that you got once you went back to Alaska, you purchased, and you made that, I don't remember. Where did you purchase that?
An AT&T store
Where, like,
in the shopping mall
shopping mall? Fairly close to where you were living,
where I work.
where you worked?
But I think I just went in there on a random day at the mall.
Have you not sold anything from that person before?
No, I had put minutes on that 907 number because I had a, you know,
So when you purchased that burner, you have to get an ID, or did they just kind of,
no, it was kind of like, okay, coach.
so you were familiar with them?
Mhm.
So that's a relationship, so
Yeah,
no ID, background check, things like that, you could just kind of go and buy it?
yeah.
So you were using, it looks like in 2016, all year long, you were using a Vesta prepaid AT&T card. What was that for?
Is that the 907 number?
It's a Vesta prepaid AT&T card.
Oh, I didn't really have like a, if I were, you said 2016?
Mm-hmm. The year before the murder.
That might have been for the burner phone he gave me.
When did he give you a burner phone?
Because why? Can you take a minute?
Yeah, we need to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess for lunch. I need to confer with counsel, so we're going to recess as far as you're concerned until 1:30. As always, the evidence applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form expressing opinions or the cause when I submit it to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. If I can have counsel remain, please. All council present, jury, and also present, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to interrupt the testimony of Mr. Austin to allow the defense to call a witness out of order. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense will call Jason Rubin.
You do. Please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I
Thank you. Please have a seat in the stand. And for the record, say, spell your first and last name, please.
Jason Rubin, Jasonrubin.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rubin, can you tell us what your occupation is?
Sure, I am a licensed private professional fiduciary as well as a forensic CPA, certified public accountant.
Can you tell us in English what that means?
Sure. So I essentially have two careers. One is I administer trusts, probate estates, and conservatorship estates, and the other I deal with financial and accounting issues in the litigation arena, where I testify as an expert witness on such issues, basically in corporate, trust and estates, and other types of matters, as well as conducting fraud investigations.
Can you give us a brief summary of your background, experience, education?
Sure. I graduated from Cal State Northridge with an accounting degree. I have worked with major law firms and CPA firms such as Price Waterhouse, Munder, Tolles & Olson. I also worked at CBiz. And I have about 34 years as working as a forensic accountant and about 20 plus years acting as a private professional fiduciary.
And you made a little slight comment, it seemed like on CBiz. Why did you do that?
Oh, because the DA's expert, Marie, had works at CBiz, but she didn't work there when I was there. I think she started in 2002 and I left in 2000.
Ms. Eversbacher?
Ms. Eversbacher, yes.
How did you get involved in the present matter involving the estate of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I was nominated by, I believe, her Fabio's son Luigi, and the court had appointed myself and Maya Rubin, who's also my wife and partner, as co-administrators of the estate.
And under what circumstances are you usually appointed co-administrators? Does that have anything to do with Mr. Sementilli having been deceased or the defendant being incarcerated or what?
It was both. Essentially, there was no one, I'm presuming there was no one there who could serve, so usually what happens, the court will appoint a private professional fiduciary to act as administrator of the estate if no one is willing to serve or
and
can't
you're
serve.
still the administrator of the estate?
Yes.
Did you ever have contact with Ms. Eversbacher?
Yes, I did.
Did she contact you?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the subject matter was of her contact?
The subject matter was regarding the assets of the estate, and she was putting together a calculation with regard to the assets of the estate, and we learned that it was death versus divorce.
Your Honor, I have Exhibit 126 in my hand. May I put that on the?
You have.
Yes. Thank you.
Is your screen for you, officer?
Yes, my screen is up. But
You can use the one if you want.
Mr. Rubin, this is Exhibit 126. Do you recognize it?
yes, I did.
And is that a divorce versus death benefit estimate, which is the title that was prepared, as far as you know, by Ms. Eversbacher?
Yes.
And is this what she consulted with you about concerning the preparation of that document?
Prior to her preparing the document, she consulted with me regarding the assets of the estate, which are incorporated on here.
And did you review the document before talking with her about it, or did she talk with you about it before she completed it?
She talked with me about it before she completed it.
And did she discuss with you the assets and the various items that are listed on that document?
She discussed with me assets, which I could see some of them are on the document, or the assets are on the document.
And do you recall the advice that you gave her concerning that?
Well, during our conversation, prior to this document being prepared, I did mention to her, like as I mentioned to others, that I always felt that Fabio was worth more, there was a greater divorce benefit than there was a death benefit with regard to Fabio.
And what did you base that on? Well, let me looking at the document up there, what items did you disagree with?
I disagreed with the P&G stock options, as well as the post-death separation, compensation, as well as some other items that were not put onto the document.
And one of the items that was not put onto the document, did that include alimony?
Yes.
And did you make that known to her?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Now, concerning the stock options, can you tell us, and referring to the chart, where you believe her calculations were inaccurate?
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
Regarding the stock options, can you, referring to the chart, 126, tell us where she was wrong concerning the options, in your opinion?
Sure, she was wrong that this chart was supposed to be prepared as what Monica's mind was January 2017.
Which was what?
January 2017. And this,
Jack Benstein's Fox on evidence.
That's overruled.
Is that the date of the murder of his death, Fabio?
correct. So as of January 2017, the value of those options were about $74,000. And what happened was the stock options, the price of Procter & Gamble had gone up over time, and then these options were cashed out in 2024 where the stock had doubled. So the value in 2024 was $935,000, but in 2017 it was only $74,000, so that's where my major disagreement was with the chart.
All right. And why did you calculate the item at the time of Fabio's death?
Because at the time, I was looking at what would have been in Monica's mind at that time, and there's no way it could have been $935,000, because that's, it's a crystal ball, looking out 8 years or 7 years from January 2017.
So if those options had been exercised on or about the date of the death of Fabio Sementilli, the value would have been what?
I think it was around $74,000.
And the figure again that was put on the chart by Ms. Eversbacher?
$935,814.
And that was the date that the estate actually exercised the options in what year?
2024.
At any time after the death of Fabio Sementilli and up until the date of the arrest of Ms. Monica Sementilli, to your knowledge, was there any attempt made by her to cash in on those options?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, the estate itself, which you were administrator of, until you got a letter from Procter & Gamble, were you even aware that those options existed?
I was not aware those options existed until approximately 2023.
And at that time, there was a limited period, am I correct, that if you did not exercise them on behalf of the estate, they would have expired?
That is correct.
So they were exercised at that time, is that correct?
Yes, 23 and 24, yes.
And there were several stock options, separate options, is that correct?
Several tranches of stock options.
So are you using the total of what those options would have been worth on the date of his death versus the date of 2023 or 24?
Yes, I'm using the total of the 3 tranches that were exercised and cashed out in 2024 to come up with the $74,000 on the date of his death versus what was cashed out of $935,000 in 2024.
Now, in addition to that, you said the chart included the post-death benefits that were provided to Monica Sementilli and her family. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that amount was what?
It shows here is $50,271.
And why did you not include that in your calculations?
Because I don't think Procter & Gamble or anyone would have known. I'm sorry, I don't think Monica would have known, or anyone else would have known that if Fabio died, she would have received this post-death compensation.
In other words, these were figures decided on or amounts by Procter & Gamble to assist Ms. Sementilli and her family that were only calculated or offered to her after the death of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were those specific benefits in any way included in any of Procter & Gamble's plans or brochures that would have been known to Ms. Sementilli on the date of his death or before?
Objection, speculation.
That's form sustained.
To your knowledge, well, do you know when those benefits were first decided upon by Procter & Gamble?
It may have been January or February 2017.
And is it your understanding that those benefits were not put into place until after the death of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Finally, Mr. Rubin, there is a entry up there that is labeled, I think it's number 3, LG Consulting. You see that?
LGI Consulting.
LGI Consulting. And do you see the amount that is listed there under estate and divorce?
Yes.
Do you know how those figures were reached in speaking with Ms. Eversbacher?
Yes, I believe those were amounts that were in a bank account for LGI Consulting.
And LGI stood for Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what those, did you research what those amounts were based on?
Well, the $9,464 was based on, I believe, an amount that was in a bank account for LGI Consulting.
Do you know what the source was of those figures or those amounts?
I believe that the source was the monies that LGI had received from Scissor Boy, who Scissor Boy had a contract with Procter & Gamble or Wella for an app, and so Scissor Boy would give Fabio approximately 25% through LGI of the monies that were received from him through Procter & Gamble and Wella.
All right. And did you research or did you have or uncover the figures, the amounts for the past 3 years, for instance, on the tax returns that was going into that account as a result of this arrangement between Fabio and Scissor Boy?
Yes.
And what was those amounts approximately?
It was anywhere from like 50-something thousand to a little bit higher. I don't have, I could look on my, I don't have the amounts in front of me.
Do you have it with you on your...
But what I do, yeah, let me look at my, sorry, file on my phone.
Did we allow you to bring your phone in as a special exception to the rule so we're not all jealous of you?
Yes.
Okay.
So in 2015, they received $63,137, and That's what, I'm sorry, that was what was reported on their income tax returns. Whether they, and then in 2016, they reported $54,886 on their income tax returns as being
Now,
received.
Was one of your jobs to maintain whatever funds were going into the estate at the proper value so that the estate could benefit, if possible, after the death of Fabio as before?
Yes, my job was to attempt to collect the assets marshal the assets of the estate and collect any income that should be received into the estate.
For the beneficiaries.
Yes.
And in doing so, did you investigate what the source was and what the relationship was between Scissor Boy and Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Apparently, there was a relationship where Fabio or LGI Consultings would receive, I don't know if you want to call it this, but a so-called kickback of monies that Scissor Boy received from Procter & Gamble or Wella. And that deal was approximately, he would get up to around 25%, meaning Scissor Boy would pay 25% to Fabio or LGI Consulting.
And was it your goal after the death of Fabio that that amount should continue?
Yes.
And did Scissor Boy agree?
No.
Did they indicate why they disagreed?
He pretty much said when Fabio died, the deal died with it.
And did you consider filing litigation against Scissor Boy to compel them to continue to pay that amount?
We considered and did file litigation.
And what was the result of that litigation?
The result of the litigation was unfortunate, but we got $25,000. The problem is that one, it would have been very costly to litigate, and two, there was no prevailing party, there was no written agreement for prevailing party clause provision. So the cost, it would have been a bunch of, would have been a lot of discovery and a lot of costs involved, and we didn't want to burden the estate with the costs. And plus, also it would have been difficult to collect because Scissor Boy was a Canadian citizen.
So, as a practical matter, while Fabio Sementilli was alive, the amounts that you've testified to would have continued, as far as you know, into LGI, correct?
Yes, but I believe those amounts would have been greater than the ones showing.
And
on the
in
returns.
essence, you were informed that upon the death of Fabio Sementilli, those amounts would no longer be paid because they depended on his being alive and being involved in the relationship between Wella and Scissor Boy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you later find out that after Fabio Sementilli died, that Scissor Boy made a separate contract with Wella without him and collected additional funds from Wella?
Yes.
Relevance.
This thing.
Move the strike.
Very well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Daigle.
Well, I'm sorry. Can I just be over for 1 second? Yes. I don't think I asked you the final question of after including the items that we've discussed. Well, first of all, did the chart include alimony?
The chart prepared by the DA's expert, Marie, no, it did not.
And did she discuss that with you at all?
We never discussed the chart. We discussed items that were in the chart, but not the chart itself.
So you developed or prepared a chart, I believe, that involved the discrepancies that you have discussed with us today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And excluding alimony, well, let me ask you this. What was the figure that Ms. Ebersbacher had on her chart as the advantage to the defendant upon the death of Fabio Sementilli versus had he lived and they divorced.
Yeah, she put on there that the total death benefit greater than divorce benefit was $1,506,081.
If you corrected that amount by the mistake you say she made in calculating the value of the options as of 2023 or 24 rather than the date of the death, what would the difference have been?
I believe I have a chart right here.
That's all right, sure.
The difference of the overvaluation of stock options was $495,011. So it would have reduced the $1,506,081 by $495,000. So it would be approximately $1 million.
And did you calculate what the approximate difference would be if alimony had been figured into the calculation due to that would have been due Ms. Sementilli upon the death, upon the divorce between her and her husband?
Yeah, I incorporated the information received from the family law expert. He said it was $900,000 that Monica would have received in alimony over 10 years, or I'm sorry, it was $90,000 a year for 10 years should there have been a divorce.
And if you had figured those figures and included them in the death versus divorce chart, what would the amount have been?
So if you deduct the $900,000, then you're left with that the death benefit over the divorce benefit would have been $100,000.
And would you agree that that figure could depend on a lot of factors, how much alimony you get, such as the length of the marriage, what the salary, whether or not Ms. Sementilli worked on her own afterwards or not, and other factors?
Yes.
And you calculated on a 10-year period, is that correct?
Yeah, on the period based on the family law expert, yes, the 10-year period.
And if they if they had been married for 20 years, she may have been able to get alimony greater than that, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Would, as far as you know, alimony have been based or corrected in some way if Mr. Sementilli's annual income had increased?
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
If his income had increased each year, to your knowledge, based on your experience, would that have at some point increased the amount of alimony?
Yes.
Because of the increase in the salary?
Yes.
I'm object to speculation. Like to strike the answer.
Strike him.
Did the chart include anything involving alimony?
No, it did not.
And did you disagree with that?
Yes, because the chart is titled divorce versus death benefit, and it's calculating total death benefit greater than divorce benefit, and one of the divorce benefits should have incorporated alimony. That should have been a component in there.
Would you agree alimony can be in a range depending on a lot of factors?
Could have been what?
A range of numbers.
Oh, right. Yes, there could have been a low range to a high range.
Was that even put into the chart?
No, it was not.
1 minute, John. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Now, Ms. Bailey.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. So you are a financial accounting, did you say CPA?
Yes.
Okay. And an administrator of trusts and probate matters, is that right?
Yes.
So in this case, you were assigned originally as the probate attorney for Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli?
No. To correct, probate administrator.
Administrator, okay. So that's one side of your career path, is that right?
That is correct.
And then the other side is financial accounting and litigation?
Financial and accounting issues in the litigation arena as a forensic accountant.
What you're doing right here, kind of, does that involve what you're doing here, the testimony that you're giving?
The testimony I'm giving is related to the probate estate, the assets of the estate, and the chart that was provided to the assets in the chart that was provided to the defense about 4 or 5 months ago, which they asked me about.
Now, do you consider that since you're administering a probate estate and you're giving opinions in court as to death versus divorce, do you consider that a conflict of interest?
No,
Why not? You're testifying for the defense as their probate attorney. Do you consider that a conflict of interest?
I'm testifying on behalf of what has been provided to me. And also in the probate code, there's, I forgot, I could look up the code, but there's something in the probate code where I'm required to use my special skills in probate estates whenever asked.
To administer the will, trust, or probate, not testify in a criminal court in a murder trial. Is that right?
Well, I've been asked by you and I've been asked by the defense to provide information for the past 7-8 years, and that's what I've done.
Okay.
I have not been one-sided or the other.
All right. Over the course of the years then, since one of the parties is deceased and the other one has been charged with this, who do you communicate with as far as the family?
I've communicated with Luigi. I've communicated with Monica's sister.
Okay, so I'm just saying, in general, you communicate to all sides to let them know what the estate is, what is going on with the estate. Is that right?
Yeah, so we file probate accountings and the like.
Okay. If I may, Mark, my next in order is, I'm not even sure now. And by the way, when was the last time that you communicated with Luigi, if you know?
Probably about 3 to 4 weeks ago.
Okay, what was that about?
He had some questions about some issues related to the estate.
Your next is 281.
281, if I can mark as 281. And it is it's entitled Reconciliation of CBES. And it's a diagram that resembles R126.
Very good.
Is this your report that you were referring to, the same data, and that's 281, the same data and chart that was prepared by Ms. Edersbacher that we saw on 126, is that the same chart that you made your corrections or your observations in red and some notes at the bottom, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we just approach for one?
Sure.
then corrections, I think down here in the bottom, what you testified to, the points that you testified in court, is that accurate? The over-evaluation of stock options. That
Yes.
one. And then the improperly included the post-death separation, that's 2, right?
Yes.
The amount of $90,000 per year for 10 years provided by the family law expert, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the failure of the expert to include the LGI consulting as an asset, that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then that was your calculation that you came to, then that the death benefits tipped in favor of you get more money if you were to divorce them.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So when we talk about the stock options, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but you were given all these documents. When you administer an estate, then you're given like all the pertaining financial documents and have to reconcile them and go through them all and find out what it entails. Is that correct?
Well, we talk to people and we're given information, and we administer the estate we administer the assets of the estate.
So wouldn't you get, though, as the administrator of the estate, the fact that Procter & Gamble had given him Fabio's stock options?
We didn't get that information until later on.
Okay, so no one mentioned in the family stock options, you didn't look at the Procter & Gamble documents that showed stock options?
We didn't receive any information regarding stock options until 2023.
All right, so I have an email from a Donald Willis. Do you remember getting an email from a Donald Willis from Procter & Gamble?
No.
Okay. And, well, I can mark this if you like, but would you like to refresh your recollection and look at this?
Sure.
Okay. And this was an email sent on February 25th of 2022. You can kind of go through the chain. Goes backwards.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I haven't read the document yet, so I'm just trying to figure where to start.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you saw there that in February of 2022, and that was February 25th of 2022, Procter & Gamble contacted the DA, which then went through Luigi, saying, hey, there's these stock options. They're going to expire. What are we going to do? You saw that part, right?
Correct.
And then Luigi sent you an email, Jason Rudin, CertifiedStrategies.com, that's right?
Yes.
Okay, so Luigi sent you an email then on February 25th of 2022 letting you know about the stock options then, and that some were expiring.
Correct.
Okay, so...
And it looks like we sent an email to Procter & Gamble inquiring about the stock options.
Okay, I'm just showing you that was actually February 2022, if that refreshes your memory, not 23.
Okay. Well,
All right. That's okay. So in February of 2022, then you contacted Procter & Gamble, and then they gave you the information on the stock options then.
Yeah, that's what it shows. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I mean, you're the...
Yeah, I mean, you know, apparently, you know, we have a lot of estates that we minister and everything, and so it happened at that time in 22. We asked about it, but we didn't hear back for a while.
All right, so at some point you did hear back. Was it your understanding then that Fabio had 5 sets of stock options?
I believe there were 4 because they were exercised in 23, and then 1 and 3 sets in 2024.
Do you know for sure?
I recall that those were the ones. I have to go back and look at my records.
All right. If I could mark a 2-page document, it's an email to Jason Rubin regarding P&G equity grants. 282. All right. Now this one, there's a date on here, January 20th, 2023. Did you provide this then to, and I'll go down, did you provide this to,
There you go, it's right here. So those were the ones that were exercised in 23. I'm sorry, they received the payment in 23 for 22, so maybe I got the timing a little off.
That's okay.
But, you know, it's...
That's okay. Not holding you to that. Just this particular document that in 2023, you got this from Procter & Gamble?
If I received it, I have to go back and look at my records.
Okay, the last page here, a Tanya Wine, Stock Plan Administration, Procter & Gamble.
It's possible. I have to go back and look.
Would you like to look at this?
I saw it on this, but again, you asked if I received it, and I'd have to go back and look at my records. I may have.
Are you Jason Rubin, administrator for the Fabio Sementilli estate? Are you located at 6320 Canova Avenue, Suite 1470, Woodland Hills, 91367?
That's me, and that's the letter that's written. You asked me if I received it. Again, I may have. I have to go back and look at my records.
Okay. Well, let's assume that you received it.
Okay.
All right. So in there it says, in February 2022, you exercised some of the equity grants awarded to Mr. Sementilli as the administrator of his estate. And then you got the payment. In January 2023 was deposited, right? So that would be 1 set of stock options, because they were already exercised, right?
Yes.
So is it fair that when you found out there were stock options, one of the sets was expiring, so you exercised it, and that's what this is referencing?
Correct.
All right, that's 1. Down at the bottom, Procter & Gamble lists 4 more sets, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a total of 5 sets of stock options then. Okay?
Yes.
Is that right? All right. So the next one that's coming due then, 2/28/23, 13, and it's vested. So by it saying it's vested in 2016, is it your understanding that these stock options have a 3-year vesting period? So it shows you right there.
For the 640 shares granted.
All right, so 3-year vesting period, and that means for stock options, he's given the options, he can't do anything with them for 3 years until 2016, and at that point now he can exercise them and get the over money if the stock's gone up.
Right, the price higher than the grant price,
Right.
the share price.
Right.
That's correct.
And then they also have an expiration date, and each year the options being granted is a year later, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now the second set then, at the time of the death of Mr. Sementilli, these were vested, meaning the defendant could have, let's say on 1/23/2017, he didn't die. She divorced him. We're using that date. So these options then, she could turn in 640, the overage, whatever, they've gone up in value, and she could have exercised those in really 16, but on the date of the separation, 1/23/2017, she could have exercised them.
Yeah, it would have probably been worth about $6,400.
Okay, $6,400 is what she would have got.
Right.
All right. The other ones, the other 3 remaining, they're not vested yet. She can't do anything with them
They became vested right after the date after Fabio died.
because he died.
Correct.
So when he dies, they're all vested. She can get all that money right then.
Correct.
Right. But if she divorces him, she can't get those because they're not vested yet. The last 3.
Well, it doesn't have a vesting date on here because he had died. So the question is, what would the vesting date been if he was still alive? And if you're presuming that it's 3 years, so the options for 3,879 shares would have vested in a month after he died.
A month after he died.
And then after that, it would have been vested a year and a month after he died. Sorry, the 4,247 shares.
Right.
And the 4,299 shares would have been 2 years and a month after he died.
And that's all after he died and after he died.
Right, after he died. And
So there's a big jump though when let's say she divorced him though, as I was saying. The 640 shares, she can get that if she divorces him on 1/23/2017. That's the money she could walk away with. All right. The other stuff she has to wait for because it's not vested.
well, the first one, I mean, the one that would most likely vest in February 2017, that would have been a year. Would have been a month. So divorces usually take about 1 to 5 years. I've seen 7 or 8. So,
But you're not an expert on that, right?
I've testified in family law court as an expert,
Of course.
but I do very little work in
Okay.
family law. So, sorry.
Okay, so we'll leave that to the family law attorney.
Right,
Okay,
exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
So again, that's my question is she couldn't touch those shares. The last 3, she couldn't touch those shares if she were simply to divorce Fabio on 1/23/2017. That time frame.
That goes beyond my expertise.
Well, you're testifying as an expert here.
Wait,
You just
wait.
testified.
That's argumentative.
It's his thing.
Okay, did you just testify to stock options on direct exam with Mr. Levine?
Yeah, but you asked me a certain legal question.
That's not legal. I'm asking you a question about stock options. Do you not?
Can you
do
repeat the question?
Sure. These stock options, which you just testified for the defense on direct exam, what I'm saying is these last series of stock options, assuming the 3-year vesting, which we can see above, is what Procter & Gamble appears to be doing, they were not available for Ms. Sementilli to cash in had she simply divorced Fabio Sementilli on 1/23/17.
Well, it would have most likely been something that would have been negotiated along with the divorce while it was going on, or resolved through the divorce
Objection
process.
non-responsive.
Well,
What calls for speculation? Stand on that ground.
It's not available. Correct. It's not vested yet. It's a yes or no.
well, it wasn't vested. Well, it apparently wasn't vested on the date of death, and a month later, I mean,
Objection non-responsive.
It's his thing.
All right. Do you not want to answer that question?
I answered your question. I said it was not vested
Thank you.
until a month later. It would have been vested for
That
that
wasn't my question.
first tranche. Yeah, you did. You asked that
Right.
question.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on. So we have, and you can see how the stock options jump from the time that they're vested in 2016 at 640 shares. It jumps into the thousands. Now, all of these shares, again, that we're looking at now, you go from 640 shares, and now you've gone all the way up to 4,299 shares. So all of these shares, if Fabio dies, are automatically vested, right?
Yes.
And Exhibit 187, the letter from Procter & Gamble, you're familiar with this letter again. Do you remember receiving this one?
Can you
Uh-huh.
condense it? Yes.
Okay. So again, that shows then the vest date. Because he died, they all vested. So all that money became readily available.
Correct, the vest date was a day before from the other letter. But
I'm
yes.
sorry?
The vesting date was a day before from what shows the vesting date on one of the other documents you showed me from Procter & Gamble.
Right. 123 is the day he died, so they vested the day he died, but Procter & Gamble put 124 on some documents.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, also so Procter & Gamble notified, and it got to you in 2022, we determined that these stock options were available and needed to be exercised, at least that first of 5 sets, because they were expiring. So then, did you exercise, meaning, I don't know if the word is turn in, but you exercise those right away because they were going to expire, right?
Yeah, we exercised based on the information that was provided to us.
Okay, that first set.
Right.
So now you know that there's stock options that Fabio has, because now Procter & Gamble has notified you as of February 2022 that there's all these stock options out there.
Right, and then we get a letter in 23 and then one in 24.
So you get a letter, and I'm getting that, in 2023, if I could mark as people's 283, it's an email, 2-page email.
All right, so marked.
And again, this is to ION stockpot. I'm saying that wrong. He's saying that. Stockopt. STOCKOPT. From Procter & Gamble. Do you remember getting this email? Start at the bottom down here. February 12th, 2024. And I'll show
I
you the
can't see the
Sure.
entire document.
There you go.
I remember something like that, yes.
Well, do you remember this document?
I have a large practice, administer a lot of trusts, and have a number of forensic cases, and like I said, I remember probably seeing this document, and I didn't go back and study everything prior to testifying today.
Okay.
So, I see a lot of documents every day. I get tons of emails. And if you look at my phone, I'm sure you see like 300 emails today. It's just, I don't recall everything. And like I said, I didn't study everything on this case.
You knew you were going to testify today about stock options, though.
Yes.
But you didn't review the stock options information regarding that very topic.
I reviewed information and documents some of the documents we received in order to do the calculations I made
All right.
to determine the value.
Okay. So you get a letter then from Procter & Gamble in 2024, February 12th. It's sent to you on your email. And they're telling you, hey, there's this second set of 5 stock options, and they're going to expire. This is the second time you guys have been notified for this. They're going to expire on February 28th, 2024. Someone needs to exercise them. They're going to expire in 2 weeks. You got that letter, right?
Yeah, and we exercise them.
All right. Now, and also in their letter, they say, this is a courtesy only, and P&G is under no obligation to provide any further notifications or reminders of upcoming expirations of any other options or equity awards. Right?
Yes.
Did you guys forget about the second set of options?
We exercise those.
Because you got a letter, right?
We were in the process. I'd have to go back and look at our files, but I know we exercise them, and all you're trying to do is just attack me for whatever reason. I don't know what this has to do with coming up with a value.
Sustained and stricken.
You knew you were going to testify today about stock options, right, sir?
But as to the value of the options for what you had put on in 2024, 965,000 or 935 versus what the actual value was of 74,000, which misleads the jury as to the financial motive.
Objection, non-responsive, no objection.
Yes.
Stricken. Sir, try to just answer the question.
Sure.
All right. So, you understand because you're an attorney, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you have no law degree.
Nope.
Okay. So you understand in a courtroom, there's direct exam and then the other side cross-examines you, right?
Your Honor, this is argumentative.
All right. So on this Procter & Gamble then, again, February 14th, they sent you a notice saying, hey, probate attorney, these stock options are going to expire in 2 weeks. And
I'm
what
not a
happens?
probate attorney.
What happens if they expire?
Those options were cashed. The options, if they would have expired, it could have been, I don't know. It could have been zeroed out. I don't know. But those options were exercised.
Objection? Not
You asked a question. I just answered it.
Sir.
Sorry.
Your Honor.
No, excuse me, counsel. Excuse me, counsel.
And I'm going to object on relevance.
That's overruled, and so is your objection. We're being non-responsive.
Okay, my question to you is very simple. You administer probate, I'm calling it probate administrator. You administer wills and trusts and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
You've dealt in stock options before, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you've had to exercise those stock options on the behalf of an estate before, correct?
I don't think we've exercised. This is the first estate where we exercised stock options.
Is that why you're almost missing deadlines to exercise them?
We didn't miss any deadlines.
Because you got notified by Procter & Gamble that they were going to expire, which means no money, right?
We didn't miss any deadlines, and I would have to talk to people in my office too.
Okay. All right. All right. So, when you talked about the 900,000, you incorporated that from, you want to turn it up? The 900,000, you incorporated that from, down here you said that failure, amount of 90,000 per year, 10 years, family audits. You just accepted the numbers from a family law attorney, Mr. Malatesta, correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Are you an expert in family law?
For that situation, no.
Okay, so that $900,000 that you're disputing, Ms. Ebersbacher, is that just based on what Mr. Malatesta had in a report?
That's correct.
All right. This LGI Consulting, did you have financial statements from LGI Consulting?
I had an income tax return that was an income statement.
No, I meant financial documents from LGI Consulting, not an income tax return.
Well, that is a financial document. It provides, it's an income statement that's on their tax return. That's a Schedule C.
Okay. Did you have any additional financial documents from LGI Consulting?
No.
Do you know anything about LGI Consulting?
From what I've read,
What have you read?
I've read that there were emails and like as I testified before that Fabio or LGI Consulting would receive monies from Scissor Boy up to about 25% based on what Scissor Boy received from Procter & Gamble or Wella related to an app that he provided for them.
And where did you get the 25%?
I got that from, there were emails.
From who?
I think it was from Scissor Boy to Monica, as well as other information that I received.
Okay. So if I can mark as people's my number, 83? No, 84.
Yes, what is it, please?
It's an email from Grant, R-M-U-N-D-T, to Monica.
All right.
All right? So an email, you recognize this email then?
Yes.
All right. So in that email, Grant, is he the owner of Scissor Boy, to your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. So basically, isn't it true that Grant went into a consulting business with Fabio, where Fabio worked on one part of Scissor Boy app, and he would get paid for that, right?
There was another email that I recall reading where, I don't know if Fabio worked for it, but it was based on a percentage of what Scissor Boy would receive, other than this email.
Okay. So in here you see that the share is about $3,125 a month for your share. And that's Grant writing to Monica on February 8, 2017, right?
Yes.
So roughly about $3,125 a month for Monica from Scissor Boy money.
Which is obviously less than they even reported on their tax return. So, I mean,
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained?
Move to strike.
Very good.
that's what the document says, but all I'm saying is that amount is less than what was reported on their tax return.
There's stricken. There's no question pending yet.
So you gave that number a share, that number, you put on your document here, $365,000 from Scissor Boy, right here, as an asset, right?
That would be the value of the cash flow
Okay.
expected to come from Scissor Boy.
Expected to come from Scissor Boy based on what?
Based on documents we received that the defense had received in a subpoena from Procter & Gamble of the monies that were paid out to Scissor Boy.
Okay, so you understand that Procter & Gamble pays Scissor Boy a large amount of money. That money doesn't all go to Fabio. Fabio has a small piece of it for his app that comes out to about $3,000 a month. Did you understand that?
I understood that there was an app and there was monies that would be paid to Fabio, and there were several emails I reviewed. I don't have those in front of me, but and based on, so what I did was, I'll just tell you how I did my calculation. I'll explain it to the jury. So what I did was I took the monies that Procter & Gamble had paid to Scissor Boy over like a 3 or 4 year period, and I took 20% of that. And
Why 20?
why 20? Because sometimes it would say he would pay, it may be less than 25% and be 15, so I just took 20%.
So you just picked a number?
It wasn't picking a number, it was just using kind of like an estimate based on documents I had read.
All right.
And then what I did was, so over the years, let me look at this here. So for example, between the year May 1, 2016 and April 30th, 2017, Scissor Boy received $578,000 from Wella, and that was 60% greater than the $360,750 he received in the prior year. So these amounts keep going up, and in fact, yeah, it was a 60% growth rate. So what I did was I took 20% of that amount, which is comes out to $115,000. That would go to LGI Consulting, and then I capitalized that to come up with the value of the cash flow. And I came up with a range of values between $385,500 and $578,000, and I took the low end of the range and applied it to the chart.
Okay, so all of that calculation, you determined that $385,000 would go to Monica in the event of a divorce based on LGI consulting that money to Scissor Boy.
Well, what I said was that's a correction to the chart where it should be added as an asset, but yes.
All right, so the same thing I just
Yes.
said though. Okay.
Yes.
But what if I told you that it's not that dollar amount, and you said that, yes, Wella paid Scissor Boy this app $500 and some $1,000, but only $61,375 from that same time period was the deposits for Fabio and Monica. That changes everything, right?
Yeah, if that amount, the $61,000, is what they actually received, then yes, that would change. But I don't know.
You don't know.
Right? Do you know?
Objection, not responsive.
It's sustained.
Move to strike. I'm not a witness or an expert testifying. You understand that?
Well, if you have the information, then provide it.
So are you the probate administrator for this estate?
Yes.
And you're testifying based on all of your documents of everything that you have, that you've given to the prosecution and the defense.
Yeah, but a lot of times when someone's receiving a so-called, if he is receiving a kickback, and it's not always reported.
Okay. So if we accept your number, and you think you said 115,000, you thought Fabio was, and some change that Fabio really was getting from Scissor Boy, right?
That's based on the documents I reviewed. That's
Okay.
what I think.
All right, so if we accept that number, then you put a value on it, and I won't go into the weeds of how you determine the value, but you put the value of the 385 with all these percentages, right?
Yes.
Okay, well still though, even if it was 385,000, that's still community property now.
Well, there was a thing on the, if you look at the income tax return on the Schedule C, for some reason, that return shows the LGI Consulting was in Monica's name.
It's still community property though if you divorce.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so
I
you
can't
don't know that
test.
either.
Well, I wasn't asked to look at that or anything like that, but all I could say is that the 385,000
Okay.
was the value. That's all I'm doing right here.
So you didn't know about the community property, but you just took the higher number.
The lower number.
Well, 385 giving more for.
No, I had 575,000 was the higher number. 385 was the lower number.
Towards a benefit for divorce, right?
Yeah, towards a benefit of divorce.
Now-
Correct.
Community property in California. So really, if we accept your number for divorce, she gets half of that.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Okay.
I'm not here to.
So that's not. Well, I'll move on. All right. Lastly, nothing's factored in here about life insurance.
That's
Are you
not
aware
true.
that she stood and stands?
Objection, Your Honor, it's right on.
It's not true what you're saying. You asked me a question. The $720,067 is already incorporated in the chart. No. Go to the right. I'm sorry, to the left.
Yeah.
It said life insurance proceeds, $727,067. I'm not making any
You're
corrections or
not.
adjustments on
You
that.
haven't done anything with life insurance, right? You haven't incorporated anything
Correct.
with life insurance.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's, at the end of the day then, with life insurance, then she still has $720,000. If her husband dies, she gets it right then for life insurance, right? You're not disputing that?
I didn't make any comments to it.
Are you disputing that now?
I have no comment.
All right, got no more questions.
Any further redirect?
Yes, absolutely. Let's put this chart back up here. That's benefits. 126. Your calculation on LGI was how much, Mr. Rubin?
$385,000.
And Ms. Stagel went into many questions about, isn't that too high? The kickbacks might be less. He should be getting less. It's community property. How much did Ms. Ebersbacher put up there as the amount from LGI that she considered under the divorce category?
There is no amount. She didn't incorporate it. All she had was for what was on the bank account of $9,464, but failed to include LGI Consulting as an asset itself, which is the present value, the future cash flow, the estate. Should Fabio was alive, the monies that they would have received, the value of that was $385,000.
Let's not even consider as exact the figures you gave as to how much more money would have come into that account had Fabio lived. Under divorce, you see the amount, it's right in front of you on the little screen.
right.
You see the amount, $4,000. You see that?
Yes.
So Ms. Eversbacher said the benefit to Monica Sementilli, had she divorced her husband, was $4,000, correct?
Yes.
How much money, by your conservative estimate, was going into the LGI account as a result of this kickback from Wella?
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it.
I believe
And objection also seems facts on evidence law. Take it back.
Well, that's what now, the parties will now refer to this item. I'll allow this, it's overruled.
I believe from the time period of May 1, 2016 through April 30th, 2017, it would have been approximately $115,000. And the year before that was approximately $360,000. I'm sorry, it'd be $360,750 times 20%, which would be about 660 times 20%, 72,000.
So you looked at how much money was coming from Wella for Fabio's app that they were using in the prior years before his death, correct?
That is correct.
What is the average amount that was coming into LGI for each year? Approximately.
Well, the thing is, like,
Just approximately. How much money was coming in from LGI to LGI according to those records from Wella?
well, according to the records from Wella, let me give you a breakdown so you can better understand, because it's
Okay.
you can't because there's significant increases in revenue each year. It grows. Like, for example,
What's the lowest to the highest?
the lowest is in the beginning.
Which is what?
Wait 1 second. So we have the time period from May 1, 2013 to April 30th, 2014. A scissor boy would receive $34,000, and so LGI, 20% of that is about $7,000. Then you get into May 2014 through April 2015. Scissor boy received $194,000, so 20% of that is around $40,000. Then you go from May 2015 to April 2016. Scissor boy received $360,000. So LGI would have received around $72,000. And then you have May 16 through April 2017. Scissor boy received $578,000. And so 20% of that is $115,000.
So for those years until the death of Fabio, what would the average amount that LGI was getting from Scissor Boy? Approximately.
Well, there's been significant increases in growth.
I understand it's probably going to go up, but I want to be conservative.
Sure.
What's the average amount?
I'll use $60,000.
Okay. So the average is $60,000 coming from Scissor Boy to LGI while Fabio's alive.
Right.
And your figures indicate that it's much more because it's been going up every year, correct?
Well, especially the last year.
Okay, fine. So, if Monica Sementilli had stayed married and they got divorced, even with community property, half of that, the money would still be coming in from Scissor Boy and they would split it, correct?
Correct.
And the least amount was $30,000 and the most amount, if you split the last year, what was the last year?
The last year was $115,000.
So it becomes $60,000, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Eversbacher put the amount for LG Consulting as $4,000, correct?
Yes.
In other words, and then it all stopped when Fabio died, correct?
Yes.
Scissor Boy said, we're not paying any more because it was dependent on him being alive, correct?
Yes.
And then your records show they made a new contract without Fabio with Wella.
Yes.
So forget about that. If Fabio lives, they're getting an average of $60,000 a year. If Fabio dies, they're getting nothing, correct?
Yes.
And they got nothing. Monica got nothing in the last 7-8 years from scissor board to LGI, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
All right. Now let's go back to the options. Let's assume for a second, and I hate to do this to you, but we'll just assume that your company overlooked these options, made a mistake, didn't exercise them until they were notified by P&G. I assume your response would be we would have found them one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
But let's assume you didn't find them until you were notified by P&G. All right? You
Yes.
assuming that?
Yes.
So if you look at the chart, had Monica exercised the options when Fabio died, upon his death, she would have gotten what, $43,000?
No, 74,000.
$74,000. And your company, by waiting until 2023 or 2022, got $900,000 for the estate, correct?
More than that, yes.
So if you eliminate any negligence or anything on the part of your company, which I'm sure you would claim, by waiting to exercise these options 5-6 years later, the amount went up from $70,000 to $900,000. Is that right?
It's higher than that, yes.
Okay. And during that time period, from the time that Fabio died until the time that you exercised the options, Ms. Sementilli did not ask to exercise any of those options, did she?
No, she did not.
So on the date of death, if this was and you looked at this as a death versus divorce option. In other words, is he worth more dead or alive, correct? Put
Yes.
it bluntly. So on the day of his death, she could have exercised the options on that day, right?
Around that time, yes.
And would have gotten $70,000?
Approximately. I mean, the stock may have come up or down within a 2-3 month time period, which would have probably
All right.
taken to exercise it and cash it out.
She could have exercised them right away in February, or March, or April, or May, or June, correct?
Yes.
Did she?
No.
And they kept going up. Did she exercise them in 2018 or 2019?
No.
Okay, she was arrested, we know that, and in jail. So, what you did is simply take the amount that the options were worth when he died, correct? On the
Yes.
chart.
Yes, that's correct.
And what Ms. Eversbacher did is took the amount they were worth in 2023 or 2024, correct?
Yes.
But at the time he died, Ms. Sementilli never tried to exercise the options, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, had she gotten divorced, the options still would be going up every year, correct?
Yes.
And whenever they exercised them, if they did,
If they didn't exercise them, that's correct.
and if they waited until they were finally going to expire, which we have to assume they would have, then they would have split $900,000, correct?
Whatever the amount, it would be something of that amount.
So, and we'll go to alimony. I understand that those figures can be varied based on many factors, correct?
Yes.
But Ms. Eversbacher had no amount on there for alimony, correct?
That is correct.
The most money, would you agree, that someone in divorce is going to get from the spouse is due to alimony?
Objection, speculation.
One of the amounts that they're going to get is due to alimony, correct?
Sustained.
Right? Have you ever had a case where someone making $250,000 or more and a 20-year marriage would not get any alimony?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Was there even any lower or higher end for alimony on that chart?
No.
In your opinion, based on your experience with divorce cases, is alimony at least one of the factors to consider when someone is determining what the wife will, how the wife will be financially in the next 10, 20 years?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ebersbacher have any range or any figure up there at all?
There was no range and no figure.
So let's set aside any issues of your competency or not competency, and let's just look at the chart, black and white. When it came to LGI Consulting, because Fabio died, they lost at least $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year in your opinion, correct?
Yes, probably more.
And concerning the options, had they been exercised at the time of his death, it would have been worth $70,000. Is that correct? About.
But you're getting very cumulative now. We've gone through all of this.
Okay.
You're just using different words now.
If the options had been exercised at the time that Fabio Sementilli was murdered by his wife, you have the figure up there as what the options were worth, correct?
It's not on this chart, but it was on the other chart.
Okay. And in your corrections, all you did is take that amount and subtract it from the amount that Ms. Ebersbacher used, which was the amount they were worth in 2023. Is that right?
2024, yes.
2024. And she put that up as an advantage of death for Ms. Sementilli, who you know at the time of the death and up till the time she was incarcerated never made an attempt to exercise any of those options. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I will be brief. All right. Going back just briefly on the LGI and Scissor Boy. Again, you chose to use 20%, not necessarily 20%.
It was an estimate.
Okay. And then again, we're back on that 115,000 again, telling you to assume that the deposits, if you look at their account, 61,000. So that's a difference. So you're already starting with an incorrect number, correct?
So can I go back and explain? Because as I was going through this chart and giving the figures, if you look at, so there's like an overlap. Because the way I calculated was the time period of May 15 to April 2016. So if you look at during that time period, the amount received by Scissor Boy was $360,000. 20% of that would have been approximately $72,000, which is close to 60. So, maybe it's 18% or something like that. I mean, but it's close.
Okay. So
And in fact, the prior year, I think it goes the other way. So anyway, go ahead.
So then that was the correct number, the 61, not the 115.
No, that's not what I said. The 115 incorporates time period after Fabio had died as well. And so after he died, there was approximately, I don't know, several $100,000 that was received, and so it was $578,000 between May 2016 and April 2017. So the revenues were increasing significantly and went 60% higher than the previous year, which is how the 115 became about. So that number would not show up on the tax return.
Okay. I want to move on because, again, $3,000 from the owner, $125 a month. That's Fabio's share.
That's an email from someone who lied.
Oh. Okay.
He lied to us. He says he sends an
Objection,
email.
no question
Sends that
pending.
email to Monica.
No question pending. Okay, so so that was a lie. All right. So,
Well, wait.
No.
You said so that is a lie. She asked the question. So if that
No
is,
question
I'll
pending.
explain that's a
This
lie.
isn't tag back. This is a court of law.
She's just
Sir,
okay. She tells him what. Sorry.
all right. Now, as far as stock options, and I am almost done, I know everyone's happy about that. As far as stock options, again, you testified and defense was asking you questions just now about she could have gotten $74,000 the day he died because they vested, right? So she could have gotten all of her stock options, which were valued at that time at $74,000 in 2017 because they're vested because he died, right?
Yeah, plus or minus if it takes a few months to go through the process.
But in opposition of what Mr. Levine said, if he didn't die and she just divorced him, some of those, most of them, the remaining 4 of them weren't vested. 3 of them. They weren't vested. She doesn't get those.
We went through this kind of.
Well, I'm saying she doesn't get those.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that it is, well, I'll wait till we direct.
The point is on redirect, you agreed that she would get them if they divorced, but if they're not vested, that's not community property anymore. Right? Correct? Yes or no?
Fabio worked there.
Correct? Yes or no?
I can't answer that question right now because I need to see the plan documents to have a better idea.
And then as far as getting the $70,000 if he died, we talked about them increasing in value. Are you aware that if he died and she was able to get those stock options at $74,000 because he died, and she didn't do it then, right? She could have, but she didn't because he died. Right?
Wait, say that again?
She had $74,000 worth of stock options because he died that she could have exercised, and defense counsel is saying, but she didn't. She could have, but she didn't. Right?
I don't know if could have is the right answer because if you don't know about something, then how can you do it?
What you don't know about, or what she?
No,
doesn't
what she.
know about?
I don't know what she knew or
Okay,
didn't know.
let's assume she
So
knew.
the
Okay.
premise of the question is.
All right. But were you aware that she was trying to get $720,000 from her life insurance? So $70,000 maybe wasn't at the top of her mind. She didn't need it at that point. Do you understand that?
Objection, that's already made.
Just saying.
I have no more questions.
Are you aware of emails that were sent between, who is Justin Gold?
He's my attorney.
And is he the attorney for the estate?
Yeah, well, he's the attorney for the co-administrators of the estate.
And you're aware, I take it from emails, that he's been in constant contact throughout this litigation with Ms. Silverman of the DA's office, correct?
Yes.
And promised to cooperate in every way that she wanted, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
All the information that you have put up on this chart or testified today, if you had been contacted by the prosecutors, as Mr. Gold was, would you have supplied them with all the information you supplied to me?
We have been contacted by the DA's office, and we supply them with their information requests, just as like we supply you with your information requests.
So everything you've testified has either been supplied or would be supplied upon their request, correct?
Whatever's been asked of us, we supplied it.
You didn't play any favorites one side or the other.
No.
And those vesting dates, let me try to understand it. Because he died, the options automatically vested, correct?
Yes.
If he had not died, they would have vested within 3 years of when they were issued, correct?
Yes, and even Ms. Ezerbacher had applied that there were amounts that Monica would have received in case of a divorce. It was in her chart that Monica would have received if there was a divorce.
So the first options were 2015. They would have vested in 2018, correct?
Most likely, I haven't seen the plan documents, but presuming.
And the other ones,
before,
other ones in 2019, correct?
yes.
It's all 3 years later, and the other one's 2020, correct?
Well, those options would have been granted in 2017, so it would have been whatever was outstanding. If it was 14, 15, and 16, were the ones that were outstanding, that were vesting in 17, 18. I'm sorry, would it probably vest in 17, 18, and 19?
Oh, so by 2017, some would have vested. By 2018, some would have vested. 2019, correct?
That's correct.
So if they'd gotten divorced, she could have exercised them as community property in any of those years, correct?
Yeah, according to Ms. Esserbacher's chart, there were applications of funds that would have gone to Monica, of those proceeds, application of proceeds that would have gone to Monica.
Okay, but upon Fabio's death, she's the only one who could have exercised these options at that time, correct?
Or through the estate, but yes.
Right. And they were all available to her from the date of death. They all vested, correct?
Yes.
And in 2017, 18, 19, did she seek to exercise any of those options?
Counsel, we've been through this.
Can I have an answer, or am I left?
No. He answered.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further?
Well, no.
Thank you, sir. You're
Thank you.
excused. All right, let's take about a 10-minute recess. The evidence implies. See you back here in 10. Counsel present, jury and also present. Mr. Austin is still under oath. The defense may continue.
Just so you know, guys, these are charges on your credit union account for the year 2016. Yeah. It's 143, we're going to go up the record. Sorry, 1143, I'm missing a number on my phone. So 143, we're going to go off the record for a minute, take that away. Okay, we're going back on the record, it's 12:10. Mr. Austin, did you have a chance to get something to drink and use the restroom and speak with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Before we broke off, we were talking about the night of January 22nd when you initially were supposed to commit the murder of Monica's husband, and you said you went to some kind of a strip mall. Showing you some, let's see, showing you Exhibit 34. Is that the strip mall that you went to?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 35. Is this a close-up of an area of the strip mall?
Yes.
Was Fabio, did you see him at a particular location on that photograph?
No, I seen him come out of one of the restaurants and get back into his truck.
Do you know which restaurant it was?
It was like a faux Chinese restaurant.
Is that the place that we see in Exhibit 35?
Yes.
And where was he parked?
In the, but across in the parking lot.
Okay, I want to show you, let's go back to, you said the same, aren't they?
This is showed more of this side, because you couldn't tell the parking on this side.
Okay.
See, I think this is a better view right here.
Showing you Exhibit 34, is there anywhere in that photograph that you can point to or put an arrow as to where his car was? The vehicle, I think, that we looked at before, which was Exhibit 21, which I will find for you.
Yeah. This truck was parked kind of catty from the restaurant. So maybe 23 steps
From the restaurant?
from the restaurant into the across from in the parking lot area.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you a red pen if you want to write an arrow to show approximately where he was parked, this being Fabio, the victim. Make it big. You can like go over it several times, circle it, do whatever you need to do to make it obvious.
Right in this area.
Okay, and you've circled in red an area. So is that the area where he was parked?
Yeah. The
In
truck was facing forward, and he drove right up.
Okay, same picture right there. Same thing.
Right, so I mean that one.
But yeah, it's fine.
Showing you. Did you need this one then? Well, where were you? Showing you Exhibit 36. Does this assist us in figuring out the location where you were standing?
Well, start with you parked
Or
somewhere.
parked?
There's a back parking lot behind this area somewhere that I remember, and I was instructed to walk and see if I see him in between the pillars. And when I walked down, I saw the truck that I was instructed to look for, and I turned and walked back, and that's when I saw him the victim come out to his truck right in this area, and I just walked back into the parking lot, into the back area.
Do you want to just make a big circle around that area that you said where you saw?
I have a highlighter.
Yeah, green highlighter. You want a green highlight in green. That's perfect. The area where you walked, saw him, and then walked back.
Okay.
Have any idea approximately what time? Like, was it dark? Do you have any idea what time it was?
I don't remember what time it
If
was.
you're gonna move around, because I have all this stuff connected, and we'll do that.
I think we're moving.
You don't know what time it was, but you know it was dark.
I know it was dark and pretty late.
Does this, when you're looking at the photo 36 and it's a strip mall, it goes horizontally, does it go back further? Is that what you're saying?
I think there's something like a little park that goes
Like a
back
walkway that
Yeah.
it continues going to the left and beyond the building that you see right here?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you
As
come
if,
up that?
as if like delivery and stuff are coming back.
Oh, okay. So you parked in that parking lot in the back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And walk through, and that's it. That's the photo.
Can you, I'm sorry, counsel, can you,
Take a picture and send it to you.
yeah, actually if you send it to your computer, will you get it right here?
We'll get it right here. Right here.
Perfect,
Perfect. I'll send it.
And then you want me to print it?
yes. And then in the meantime, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Did you have to, we might have gone over this, did you have to use any kind of ID or fake ID or anything to obtain a burner phone when you were in Alaska?
No.
Okay. Have you received any mail from Baker through any third parties or mail from other inmates or from anybody relating to this incident
No.
since they've been in custody?
No.
You also, I think we were going to talk about this Vesta prepaid AT&T account when we stopped.
Yeah. I believe that was from my personal phone. I didn't have a cell phone bill, so I could only afford minutes, and I'd pay like $60 here, $40 there, $80 there.
So was that what you were doing on your personal cell in 2016 prior to this murder?
Yes.
When you were actually at the scene of the murder in the Sementilli home on January 23rd, did Baker make any comments about anything in particular in the home?
No, he didn't talk.
Okay.
Just told me, go to the garage, and then that's where I waited.
Did he ever talk about wanting to find anything in the house?
No.
Did he ever talk about any kind of object in the home that he was interested in getting into or taking?
Yeah.
What?
Prior to, I remember him talking about.
Prior to what?
Prior to going to the house, I remember him saying something along the lines of, he either had the code to the safe or Monica was going to leave the safe unlocked for him to just go in it. I don't know which one.
How do you know that?
That's what I overheard him saying to me.
To who? To
To me.
you or to Monica?
To me.
Do you know where the safe was?
I'd never seen, like I said prior, I'd never seen the house other than that area and the patio.
Did he ever say to you where the safe was?
No. Not that I could recall.
Do you think about what was in the safe?
I misspoke prior, something jogged my memory with the questions. I repeated what I was told to say.
What does that mean?
When you asked me about the gold coins, I was told to repeat it, say you got it from me,
By who?
Mr. Baker.
So Baker told you to say that you got the coins from Baker.
Yeah,
But you did get them from Baker.
but I think he got them from the safe
Okay. Why do you think that?
because he had mentioned that Monica said he has all kinds of stuff that he collects. And
And how do you know that?
that's what he told me.
Baker said
Baker
what?
told me that Monica said he has all kinds of, like I said, I think they had been talking a lot, so I was on a need to know. So when he
Why
said
do you
that
think
to
they
me,
were talking a lot? Sorry to keep interrupting, but I would just want to make sure we're clear about why.
I believe they were in like somewhat of a relationship.
And why do you think that?
Just how everything went down, like what he said to me, how he said it. He didn't really move until he got information from her.
You mean the days on the 22nd and the 23rd?
Yeah.
How do you know he was getting information from Monica on the 22nd and the 23rd?
Because when he was, this is my recollection, when he responded via text, then he'd asked me to go with him somewhere.
Okay.
And then when I went with him somewhere, like the night before, I said, nah, it didn't, can't work.
You mean the
The
22nd?
22nd, I believe he texted her and said it didn't work. And we went back to his pad and just crashed.
Did he ever mention swinging or anything like that?
Yeah.
What did he say about swinging?
I was 19 years old. I was intrigued by that.
No, I mean in terms of Monica.
No.
Did he ever mention anything about another website or a way to communicate through a website referred to as Lifestyle Lounge?
No.
Have you ever heard of that?
No, I have not.
Can you pull that back up? Oh, when you went to the Sementilli home the first time with Baker, was that sometime in 2016?
Yes.
And did Baker tell you what the purpose was of having you go to that home? That's the night you said she bought pizza from Domino's and you slept on the couch.
Yeah.
Did he tell you why?
He didn't tell me why, but when we left, he said, remember that layout.
Did you walk around the house?
No. I walked. I think they did.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
After I had a couple of slices, they showed me the patio and the TV.
Who showed you the patio?
Monica.
Uh-huh.
Said, come on out here. I was like, okay. I just followed. I was like, oh, this is dope. I made just, a comment as I would if I saw something really nice. I was like, you just kick it.
You noticed that it was like it had a TV, a fire pit, there was a pool out there, there was an overhang,
Yeah.
like...
I noticed, I was like, oh, this is cool. And they started talking about stuff.
Who?
They went back, Monica and Baker started talking about some things, and I watched TV on outside. And then I went inside.
Did you watch TV on the inside of the family room or
Inside.
outside?
Well, outside, and then I went inside.
So you watched TV both outside and in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they went off to do their thing.
What does that mean?
I think they went to have relations.
You need to have sex?
Yes.
Where?
Wherever they walked to, I didn't pay no attention. When they walked and went. Where's the bedrooms?
Downstairs, upstairs?
I think they were downstairs.
Did either of them say anything to you, like, we'll be back, or...
Baker said, we'll be back.
And you did what? You just kept watching TV?
I watched TV until I fell asleep.
Why do you think she showed you the patio? Was there anything related to like what was going to happen? Was it just like a look at the patio? Like,
Hey, look at my house.
okay.
That's how I proceeded. Look at my house.
Yeah, there was no talk about, because obviously it ended up happening on the patio.
Did Monica ever mention where Fabio was or whether Fabio was out of town at that time, or did Baker ever say anything about where Fabio was at that time?
No.
Did Baker ever tell you that Fabio traveled a lot, or did Monica ever mention that Fabio traveled a lot?
Baker mentioned it.
Did Baker ever mention anything to you about any kind of... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Take a moment to speak with your lawyer. No, I didn't.
Now that you mention it, I think that's why they wanted me to come in January.
Why?
Because it's my understanding that I think he was supposed to leave somewhere for a while. But that's my understanding.
You know, why would it matter if he was leaving, because you needed him there? Like, if,
But they didn't mention that to me. They didn't mention any of that to me. But that's just the feeling I get.
If they wanted you to do something before you had the chance to go?
Yes.
okay.
I don't know if he really had to leave or not.
Did Baker or Monica ever mention anything to you, or did you ever hear anything about any kind of doctor appointment that Fabio was supposed to have on the 23rd?
No.
I want to show you Exhibit 37, which looks like an aerial view of that shopping center that we were talking about from the 22nd.
Okay.
Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Can you, I don't know where my pen went. With the X, can you put the area maybe where if you know where you can orient yourself, where Baker was parked? Maybe you can put a B? Or if this pen's better, a regular pen?
Okay.
Here, this might be better, a blue felt.
Maybe like around. Maybe like around this area. I think that's a dumpster. So somewhere.
Can you circle it? Because it's so hard to see where.
If that's the restaurant.
How about, where was Fabio Park? Can you circle that?
This area here.
Okay. So basically right in front of the shopping center. And where, can you put an X where Baker would be behind? Or the approximate area where you think he was?
Maybe like by like a wall. There's a wall here.
Okay, you're pointing to an area behind the shopping center where it looks like there's some dirt and maybe some trees or shrubs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now you're taking the green pen and you're making a line. What is this line that you've made that comes from the back parking lot area through some sort of breezeway along the front of the shopping center? What is that?
I believe this is just where I walked and
That's
where I
your
was
path.
supposed to, like, just see if he was there.
Got it. That's your path.
And then I walked back.
Okay. And Baker,
believe that's it.
was Baker still waiting where you've made like some kind of a star or an X in the back behind the lot?
Yeah.
Behind the shopping center?
He's parked somewhere. I can't give you specifically where he's parked, but
Okay.
he was parked back here somewhere.
All right, thank you. When you were given gold coins from Baker, when did that take place? Was that actually at the house? Was it in the car? Was it later in his apartment?
It was in the car just before he dropped me off at the shuttle, and then he told me Monica wanted them dead. Here, take these.
He said, okay, so when Baker dropped you at the shuttle, he said what?
He said Monica wanted them dead. here, take these. Don't worry about anything. Let me know when you land.
And when he said, take these, he handed you what?
A handful of gold coins.
And did he tell you what he believed the value was?
He told me this is the value. He said these might be worth like $10,000.
That's what Baker said?
Is it in a roll? Because one time you said something about a roll.
Yeah, it was like a little, it wasn't, I didn't stretch my finger
Okay.
long. It wasn't like it was like a little, it was heavy.
Like how they bind up like coins when you take it to the bank or
Yeah.
something? Like that kind of roll?
Mm-mm.
No.
It was like a plastic. Well, so yeah, like you take it to the bank.
Okay. Like they're stacked, kind of
They're stacked
bound.
and they're
Okay.
bound.
Was it opened at all? Or was it just still tightly?
I don't remember.
Approximately how many coins did he give you?
I want to say about 10. One more.
Mm-hmm. What's this thing?
Yeah?
When he said that, when he made that comment to me,
Which one?
she wanted him dead, like I think he saw how I just uncomfortable and like horrible I was feeling. Like I think it was all over my face and my body. I was quaking.
So you think that's why Baker said she wanted him dead, to try to make you feel better?
I don't know why he
Okay.
wanted to make me feel anything, but I didn't feel better.
You knew he was dead when you left, right? I mean, he wasn't, you stabbed him in the neck, Baker stabbed him in the neck, right? He
Yeah.
stabbed
I
in
didn't
the
look
leg.
back. I didn't look back, but yeah,
You believed he was dead when you
I
left that
believe
house?
he was dead when I left.
There's a recording I want to play for you, and I think the date on this is what, Corey? Is this from July of 2019?
Yes, July, I'll give you the exact date. July 22nd, 2019, at 8:40 p.m.
And you don't have to take this down, Sarah.
Hey, Chris, Al here. Missed your call a couple times. Need you to give me a call when you get a chance. Really got to talk to you about some stuff that's really urgent. Take care of everything.
So in that voice message, do you recognize who that was?
Yeah, that was a bird song.
Okay. So he called you and he said that he called you Buddy. He said he needed you to call him, that it was very urgent, and that he needed to get some information to you. Do you remember what that was regarding? July 22nd, 2019.
Did you tell her that? Did you tell her? I might have.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can express that.
I don't know when Mr. Baker took the deal, and I don't really remember exactly what he said when
Who said?
what Birdsong said when I called him back.
Okay. So you don't remember what the urgency was?
But what I'm thinking is he wanted to express that. I don't know when Baker pled guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking it's pertaining to that.
That's just your guess, though, on your part?
That's just my guess, because I don't really remember that conversation because
Because, as you expressed to me, once Baker had pled, Birdsong reached out to you to tell you that he pled.
Yeah.
And this was around the same time when Birdsong expressed, quote, that bitch is now trying to act like she didn't know. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. And she knew, which led me at some point, again, I try not to think about it, but at some point it led me to believe that they had talked in the past.
They.
Birdsong, Baker, Monica, all at once.
Okay.
Did you ever directly talk with Birdsong about his frustration with Monica acting like she wasn't involved?
Like we're talking?
Yeah.
No.
Nothing about it. Just that expression on the phone about it, and then but you never talked. Like you never.
When he started telling me about it, he's like, that bitch knew, but everything's fine. Don't worry about nothing. And he just continued to coach me like, don't worry about anything. And he would constantly check in on me, text me, you know, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving, eat good, you doing all right. Tell me about, you know, the girls.
What girl? Do you think that
His
you were
daughter.
still talking to Monica though?
I don't know. I didn't really.
You didn't
again, I
evaluate
didn't,
it?
I didn't think about it.
Did Al tell you that he knew Monica, that he had met Monica?
Yeah, he told me I met her
When did he tell you he met her?
when we was in Vegas.
You mean in July of 2016?
Yeah,
How many times in July,
he didn't
20?
say. They didn't say when they how often they hang out and talk.
Well, when I show you Exhibit 19, this is a photograph of Monica. Looks like she's wearing a bathing suit top. Al is probably, I can't see if he's wearing shorts, but no top, and Baker wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, that's them.
That's the three of them together, right?
That's three of them together. But I don't know how long they had been in conversation, cahoots, and talking and stuff like that.
Did you ever, when you were with Al, did he ever get any calls that you believed were from Monica at the time, or texting with Monica at the time? Anything between the two of them communicating that you know of?
They wouldn't have told me if they were.
Okay.
No.
Do you know a guy named Roger Brown? I think we talked
No,
about him a couple
I don't know Roger Brown.
Have you ever heard of either Al or Baker mentioning somebody by the name of B?
Yeah.
And what, if anything, did they say about B?
Nothing other than, you know, good dude. If I need anything, he got me. I say, okay.
But you don't know who he is to know?
No. No. B, actually, I probably would have met him once or twice when I lived in L.A. with Baker. And,
Do you know what he looks like?
short?
Do you know where he lives?
Nope.
Do you know if he was someone that worked with Baker or in clubs or anything like that? Like, do you remember anything about this B guy?
Other than when Baker needed something, he got it. A club spot, a VIP spot, parking spot.
But you're just guessing, right? Because you're saying probably, because you don't
Yeah.
even
I don't really have any whole relationship with this person at all.
see.
I'm sorry, I got to use the bathroom again. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
I
You can go
apologize.
off. No worries.
I'll make it quick, real
It's
quick.
12:38. We're going off so that Mr. Austin can use the restroom. All right. It's 12:43. I think we're going to go back on the record now. Did you have a chance to use the restroom?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. Are you comfortable enough to proceed? Are you comfortable?
He's apologizing for singing too loud. But
You didn't sing too loud.
Are you comfortable enough to proceed?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Did you come more than one time to LA to go to Vegas with Baker in 2016, or only that one time?
I think it was only that one time.
Okay. Did Baker ever tell you where he first met Monica?
No.
Did you have a
Look at it. The date that you and Rob went to Monica's to meet Monica, and she was there alone, and you had the pizza, and they went into another room where they probably had sex. How did you guys get there?
We drove.
What did you drive?
was hot, so I'm probably the Mustang.
Do you remember where you parked?
On the side of the street in front of the house.
Did she say anything about where her husband was or where her daughters were or anybody else?
I actually didn't know she had children until.
Okay. And you said you were in the kitchen eating pizza, but you never saw the
If you remember,
screen of the surveillance cameras on the counter. Never saw that.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to show you, you were saying. You were about to say.
Just the kitchen and the living room area. I remember walking in. I remember the pizza being on the thing.
On the counter?
On the counter. And then, we went outside. And then came back inside because we just came back inside. And then I went and watched TV. Baker's like, you good there? I was like, man, I'm cool, whatever. Mm-hmm.
So, we know when was the very first date, if you can give me month or year, when was the first date that the conspiracy to kill Fabio came up?
I don't remember.
Was it was it before you went to Vegas in 2016? Before July of 2016?
No.
So you think July 2016 was the first time when you were in Vegas, when you went to LA and then you and Baker drove?
Yeah.
And have you thought at all about what we discussed a couple days ago in terms of whether or not you did or did not meet Monica when you and Baker went in and stayed with Al and went to the Aria in July of 2016?
I have actually been thinking about that since DA Heather asked me, and I've been trying to get a visual, but outside of the fraternity that I don't really remember that Aria Hotel, but as I stated, I might have, and I just don't remember, seeing her.
Hmm? So you don't remember if you met her or not?
I don't remember if I met her or not, but I might have.
Mm-hmm.
If you did, it would not have been in Birdsong's house, though, right?
No.
If you did meet her, it would have been outside a hotel or somewhere.
A lot of distractions and stuff. Like I was legit
But you do remember going to the Aria because we talked about.
I do remember going to the Aria. He always took me to places.
Who was he?
Baker always took me places, so it wasn't uncommon for me to hit a hotel and then hit another hotel, and and then my memories. As we speak, I'm trying to think, and so sometimes I'm not even that image left me as I'm trying to continue.
Okay. Showing you 38, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
The picture of the kitchen.
And if I show you what we looked at the other day, which was Exhibit 14, is that, again, another picture of Monica's kitchen from a different vantage point?
Yes.
And would this be this blue with the white top, would that be the island area where you guys had pizza?
Yes.
And then looking at the background in 38, that being past the dining table, that being the family room area that we talked about the other day?
Yes.
And
I don't remember that table being there.
the dining room table?
I don't remember that being there, but
Okay.
It might have been.
Showing you 39, another area of the kitchen. Do you recognize the screen
I
that
do
you
now.
see there? Yes?
Yes.
Did you pay any mind or any attention to that at the time?
No.
Not when you were there for the first time and not when you were there to kill Fabio on the 23rd?
Not even a little bit.
Did you go when you were in Vegas, it was Baker staying with Al in 2016, did you guys go to any restaurants?
We might have.
Does the name Javier's ring a bell?
No.
Okay. When you would go to restaurants with Baker or without, would you go to nice places or more like fast food type places?
El Pollo Loco, a nice Chinese spot, sometimes some sushi. Sometimes we just cook at the house.
Had you ever used an encrypted app before this murder?
No.
Any time in your life had you ever thought to use an encrypted app until it was brought up to you by Baker?
No.
Was there, you told us about there being a plan to kill Baker January 22nd that you aborted, and then you also said that they, meaning Baker and Al, wanted you to come down sometime earlier in 2017 to commit the murder. Was there ever any other day that you can recall where there was a plan to get Fabio or to kill Fabio, other than what we've discussed?
No.
Any other aborted plans?
No.
Was there ever a plan to kill him while you were in Vegas in 2016?
No.
Did Baker or Birdsong ever tell you that Birdsong gave a Samsung to Baker to use? Were you aware of that?
No.
When you were with Baker in, let's say, July of 2016, do you recall how many phones he had?
He was at a job, 2, maybe 3.
So you're saying Baker usually had 2
Not
to 3
Baker.
phones?
You said who?
Baker.
Baker usually had 2 phones.
As long as you've known him?
Yes.
And why 2?
He always told me 1 for business, 1 for personal.
And then on top of that, after the murder, you also knew that he got a 3rd phone, that was the burner phone, to communicate with you, correct?
Yes.
Do you know anybody by the name of Kenneth Walton?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Walton?
Buddy of mine, my roommate at one point. We lived together for a while.
Where?
In Alaska.
The day before you fly out to LAX to help Baker commit the murder of Fabio, you made multiple calls to this person on January 21st. In fact, it looks like he was the last person you called before you flew into LA. And then you contacted him again when you returned home to Alaska on the 24th.
Music stuff. He's a producer.
Okay.
And then he, I believe at that time, he had lost his apartment and we were living together again.
Is he somebody that you would, or that you did confide in about this murder, that would corroborate anything about your, no?
No. I think it's coming back. At that time, he had got a DUI. He needed an apartment.
Don't care about any of that.
Okay,
My
so-
question is,
No, I did not.
does he in any way know anything about this murder?
No.
Did you ever ask Baker why he or Monica wanted Fabio, Monica's husband, dead?
I never asked.
Because why? You didn't want to know?
Baker told me the less I know, the better.
And so you didn't ask questions as to why they wanted to kill, or why Monica wanted her husband dead?
No, but he volunteered information that he was I'm telling you what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
He's abusive, she doesn't like him, she wants him gone. And all I said was, oh.
And when, with respect to all those excuses, did the mention of insurance money come up?
Before I landed.
So, was it before you
December.
came? December of 20...
I believe it was in December.
Baker mentioned insurance money?
She's gonna get some money.
Was
And again,
that...
I'm saying what I remember via verbiage.
Was there any conversation about insurance money in Vegas 2016?
Not that I could recall.
In December, that conversation about the insurance money, was that one of the three-way calls with Birdsong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Did Birdsong add anything that you remember during that conversation now that it's coming back about, any more information that Birdsong partook in about the plan?
Not that they would have told me.
Well, you're on a three-way. It's 2 years while you're on the three-way.
Well, it means I gotta figure out where I was standing.
And just any of those phone contacts you're having with them are all from your actual phone?
I think so.
Because at that time you didn't have
Yeah,
it on
I don't
burner and
no.
have it returned to get
They
the other
would
burner.
call me.
Okay. But you never got...
On your Alaska,
My personal.
So would they already be on together and you'd be the third
Yeah.
person that was added?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can think back, if you can't remember, you can't remember, but just kind of what each person was saying in the December, this is right before you're planning to come then. Like what is Birdsong talking about? What is Baker talking about?
Just how to do it. And you gotta be quick. You have to.
And who is that saying that part?
I want to say it's Birdsong saying it, but Baker's like, he's kind of a big dude.
Who said that?
Baker did.
You mean the victim?
Yes.
And Birdsong said you've got to be quick.
If I can recall, yeah. Yeah. You gotta be quick, and then you gotta get him out of there.
Get who out of there?
I think at this point, Birdsong's talking to Baker about getting me out of LA. So if you do it, you gotta get it quick, and you gotta get him quick, and you gotta get him out of there. So we'll just schedule you like a 3-day weekend.
Okay.
And I didn't talk. I just listened.
Mm-hmm.
But you never intervened and said, "Hey, I ain't doing any of this." Like you were. No one threatened you, right?
No, it wasn't a threat. It was more like, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
We got this under control.
But you were used to going along with whatever Baker wanted.
Yes,
I mean, you had been working for him since you were a kid.
pretty much. I mean, when he come to visit, he'd come visit my dad, and he'd ask me to do something for him real quick, and Southern Hospitality. Yeah,
Did you ever say no to Baker? Other than the night of the 2020
No, not
second when you
not
said I
really.
could do it?
He never really asked me to do anything like that before.
But on anything, when you had worked for Baker for all this time in his business with the adult film business, with all these women and all this stuff, you had never told Baker no.
No.
Everything he asked you to do, you did.
Yes.
So Baker knew that you would be...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our adjournment this time until, as far as you are concerned, April 1st. Let me tell you what's happening and what I first